Good afternoon, everybody. Before we begin the hearing, there's a couple of housekeeping details that I'd like to talk about. If you do not wish to testify, please sign in on the blue sheet in support or opposition to the bill. If you decide to testify, please take your time to prepare for it and bring us a copy of any kind of written testimony that you have. And I would certainly ask that you confine your remarks to 3 minutes. There are a lot of people who want to speak today. If you wish to speak, sign up by filling out the pink card and giving it to me. When your name is called, please come up to the microphone in the aisles, identify yourself, tell us where you come from, and speak for 3 minutes or less. Please be courteous and respectful. And if you have a cell phone or other electronic device, we would really appreciate if you would turn it off during the hearing. If you hear testimony that is very similar to yours, please don't get up and testify again. You might get up and say, my testimony has already been covered in other remarks. So I appreciate all of you being here, and we will open the hearing. I would like to call Representative Rennie Cushing to the mic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, for the record, I'm Representative Rennie Cushing, and I'm sponsor of House Bill 481. I'm the prime sponsor of House Bill 481. Is this working? Hello? Thank you. Excuse me. My name is Rennie Cushing. I'm a state representative from Hampton and chair of the committee, and I'm the prime sponsor of House Bill 481, which is a bipartisan, bicameral effort to transform our current policies of prohibition on the use of cannabis to a policy of commercialization and regulation for adult use. I thought Senator Reagan was going to be here to introduce the bill to me. This is a complicated matter that's been the topic of discussion for a number of years. Over the past year and a half, as a result of the legislature action in 2017, there was established a committee to study the legalization, regulation, and taxation of marijuana that was conducted or chaired by Representative Pat Abrami. And so to give some context to the discussions that we're having today about the bill, I've asked as a preliminary matter for Representative Abrami to come before the committee to walk through the report, explain the work that's been done to date on this, and outline some of the recommendations. And subsequent to that, we'll have 2 members of the committee who were tasked with studying the scientific literature, Kate Fry and Paul Toomey. But with that, I want to yield the floor to Representative Abrami, if I might, Madam Chair.
Here.
Thank you. I'd like to call Senator John Reagan.
I believe he's in finance. He's got finance.
Okay. Representative Pat Abrami, thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's a privilege to be here. I'm trying to be quick, but you understand, the commission spent over a year, 25 meetings on this issue, 2 to 3 hour meetings discussing it. So there's a lot of information. What I provided to the committee is the report, and the report you got is minus 3 minutes. The report with the minutes is this way. So what I'm going to do is just walk through 2 points in the report. I did do a side-by-side. Spent about 4 or 5 hours, 6 hours going through the bill and comparing it to what the commission had recommended. And I do summarize that and the second handout that you have in front of you. So, as Representative Cushing mentioned, this commission came about based on legislation in 2017. We had our first meeting on October 17th of 2017. And we met, like I said, about go to the front cover of the report, the second page, you'll see the members of the commission. I won't read it off, you can read it yourself. You can see it's quite a diverse group of individuals. We have a very large commission of 17 members representing all interests on this issue. Some for and some against. But as the chair, early on, I said, we as a commission are not going to take a position. Because any position we would take would be viewed as biased in one way or another. And that's what the legislature is for, to do that vote. Our charge was to look at and talk to all 8 states that have legalized, which we did, and to extract from them issues that should be included in our legislation if we were to bill to come forward, and develop what we thought was a reasonable structure, what the regulation should be, and what the taxation should be. And that's all contained in the commission report. We also, early on, decided that there's plenty of literature out there, plenty of news stories, there's plenty of articles out there, pro and con on marijuana or cannabis. And what we decided early on is that some of that is hearsay, some of that we couldn't rely on. So what we decided is that we would only look at peer-reviewed information, peer-reviewed papers, and then we would allow organizations like the National Institute of Health, for instance, to take that information and use it as well. And there is a section in the commission report, as Representative Cushing mentioned, we'll be hearing from 2 of the members after me that one pro, one against, citing certain literature that is in the commission report that's before you. So what I want to do, take the time, is just talk about what's in the forward. If you read anything, I wish you read the whole report. But read the forward, read the introduction. Let me summarize what's in the forward. Okay, so when we started, there were 8 states that had legalized. But you got to understand that those 8 states all legalized not by the legislature, but by referendum votes by the people. And what we were told by all these 8 states when we talked to them is that they were happy to see that we had a position and we put the cart. We put the horse before the cart. They were all in catch-up mode, trying to catch up with the citizens of those states. So what we did is we went to the 8 states, and go down the coast, Alaska, Washington, Oregon, California, Colorado, Nevada, and then what we did is Skype those folks in from afar. Not what kind of a budget we have here in the state. We weren't going to fly them in. And then Maine and Massachusetts came to us. So we also reviewed extensive reports that we got from New York State and from Canada. Obviously, we all know that Canada just legalized, and New York State is contemplating. During our time, Vermont had legalized but not commercialized. So last fall, they passed a Rule 6 plain home bill, and they said it's legal to possess 1 ounce in Vermont. And since the report was published, it's my understanding that Michigan has legalized, probably the first state to legalize through the legislature without a referendum vote, and commercialized. So the other thing we want to point out when we talk about that is that 41 states, as of this report, hadn't legalized through the legislative process, including us. This bill has been before us 7 times before, so keep that in mind. Now, a recent survey, this is all moving forward. In a recent survey, recent now, last February, a UNA survey said 57% of New Hampshire citizens think that we should legalize it. But what I always say, and I've talked about it in the committee, the commission, was that they never asked the second question: Would you want a a retail store in New York community or not. So they may want to say legalized, but when you ask the second question, they want to, we don't know what that answer is. But if you look at Keno, we passed Keno, and many towns have rejected Keno. So keep that in mind as committee members. Now, what you should also be aware of in the report, you're going to see the Cole memorandum. In the middle of Obama's administration, there was a Cole memorandum that, because the big issue we ought to remember is that legalization is still illegal federally, which creates a lot of complications. And I'm going to touch on a few of those, but it does create complications. But the Cole memorandum, middle of the Obama administration, basically said, so many words, the federal government looked the other way. Now, when we started the commission report, the Sessions memorandum repealed that other memorandum, and the Sessions memorandum was a little more strident. But for the committee members, and that's about 8 months ago, and nothing's happened. There was a lot of pushback by all of the legislators from all of the states that have legalized, not only legalized, but also have medical marijuana. So that understand, and it's my understanding that the gentleman that's up for Attorney General federally is testified that he would probably bring back the Cole memorandum, language to that. So that's where we are with that. As you know, this is the third step in the process for the state of New Hampshire. We passed medical marijuana years ago, and as a commission, we did spend some time. We actually went to one of the places. I learned a lot, and it looks like our medical marijuana program is well under control. When we heard from California, they said, please don't do any of this the way we do it, because it really is out of control. They were actually funny the way they described their process. And then several years ago, we took the step as a legislature of decriminalizing marijuana. So basically, 3/4 of an ounce or less, and that is basically a traffic ticket now if you get caught with 3/4 of an ounce or less. So this is a big step. This is the last step. And the reason it's a big step is because, let's face it, THC, we're talking about THC here. We're not talking about CBD. You know, we just saw that, the federal government just said it's okay to have CBD oil. But CBD oils don't have hallucinogenic properties. That's the big difference. So we're talking about a product that has THC that does have hallucinogenic properties. Now, for a committee, when we see the surveys that say, look, I'm a baby boomer. I was a child of the 60s myself. And 60s, 70s, 80s, we were talking about 3% THC in the flower of the plant. Today, that is 15 to 30%, pushing 30% flower of the plant. Okay? So we're talking about potencies well beyond what most citizens may be aware of. And that's why it's important that it's a legislative process that makes decisions on this stuff, and not a referendum vote, because we may not know. We'll never have a referendum vote in this state because we don't allow it. So that's one thing you should be aware of. We're talking about high level of, what's brought this on is that the 8 states that have legalized, big companies are now involved. Let's face it, the big companies are involved in, what do those big companies do? They hire botanists. And what do those botanists do? They're hired to engineer the plants to create higher levels of THC in the flower. And they've been very successful at doing that. And that will continue. Another thing I want to point out to the commission, to the committee, is that when we're talking about marijuana or cannabis, we're not just talking about the stuff you smoke. I'm going to first talk about concentrates. Concentrates are extracts. They extract the THC, the compounds, out of the flower, and they concentrate them, and they create waxes. And every state that's legalized has these products. And these waxes, like Shatter, one of them is called Shatter, it's reaching 94% concentration. And what do they do with this? They break off a dab, they call it a dab, and learn all this stuff after a year. They have a needle, a nail, they call it, to heat it. You put the dab on there, vaporizes in a thing, and it's instant high. It's an instant high. And so you got to understand, when you're taking something 94% concentrate, you're doing it for one reason. This isn't like drinking a beer or having a glass of wine, where you like to taste the beer or you like to taste the wine. There are products out there that, and every state has them, that you're doing it for one reason, and to get high. And I just want to, as a commissioner, the commission, we're all very aware of that, and there's no way we can stop that. It is there. The other thing the commission said was that if we would do this, we shouldn't do it for the money. And I talk to a lot of people who come up to me and say, Representative, we can make a lot of money doing this. I go, yeah, you're right about that. But the commission position was that we need revenue, we should tax it, we should at the very least cover the costs of regulating it and the costs of addiction prevention and treatment. So just be aware of that. Now, for all of you, I got so much I want to say, I don't want to bore you, but anything I do with the revenue part of this in the bill, it's going to, if this passes on the floor, it's going to, and I'm on Ways and Means, it's going to come to Ways and Means. So any of the tax stuff and all of that, Ways and Means will figure that out in terms of what the fees should be and all that. Although in the bill, it's, I'll just say one thing about the fees, is that there's two ways of taxing something. One at the wholesale level, at the grower level, and one at the retail level. It's a sales tax. We suggest going with the wholesale tax. It's easier for the DRA to monitor the number of growth sites, and it's less volatile because if we do it on a retail price, the price of the product goes up and down. So this is like the gasoline tax, where we're charging the tax on the gallon. Now we don't care about what the price is. So, but that's something that Ways and Means is going to work on. Again, if it gets to us. There's a whole section on indisputable overriding issues. And I'm going to walk with my watch. I'm going to stop at 10 more minutes, okay, because I can go for another hour. The first one that we all agreed on is that marijuana is illegal under federal law, and it creates complications, as I said earlier. For instance, there's a lack of research dollars that go to universities to study the impacts of legalization. And every state talked about this to us. They were all very honest about it because it's illegal federally. The federal government is going to put big money into that research. Banking. Again, and we had a member of the New Hampshire Banking Committee in our commission, and it's going to be a cash business, everybody. New Hampshire banks are not going to touch this. We were told this, and just be aware of that. They're going to bring sacks of money into our Department of Revenue for tax money, and other states deal with it. They have counting rooms where they have counting machines to count the cash. Until the federal government changes their position, and you say, well, what's wrong with our banks? Well, how do we do medical marijuana first? Well, we use Century Bank in Massachusetts. The 4 dispensaries use Century Bank. But Century Bank has now said they're done. They're not going to allow any more, especially for New Hampshire. And as far as we can tell in the commission, and again, we had a member for the Banking Commission, bank boards are conservative. Bank boards are not, with the exception of Century Bank folks, but most banks are very conservative. They're not going to want to do anything that's against any law, especially federal law. And let me tell you one other story. Talk about Century Bank. There's a medical marijuana dispensary opened up in Harvard Square in Massachusetts. and Century Bank was the banker for that dispensary. The people, neighbors of that, didn't want that dispensary there. And they filed a suit under the RICO statutes, racketeering statutes, that Century Bank was laundering money. And just be aware of those things. I mean, the fact that it's federally illegal does create complications. Roadside impairment. We tried hard to find a company that actually has perfected this, and no go. There are no companies out there. They're working on it. You got to remember that THC, if you did a blood test or a urine test, that'll be in your, if you use it once, it'll be in your system for three days. If you're a constant user, it could be there for over a month. And it doesn't mean that the hallucinogenic effects are still in play. It just means that it's detecting that THC is in your system. So it's problematic. And they're working on it, but as of today, there's no, now some say, well, we should spend more money on training our officers to identify impairment. But we heard testimony that said, well, that's all fine and good, but the courts may not recognize that. It's like a he said, she said thing. So your guys are criminal justice, so I think you understand that more than I do. So that's that. Then there's workplace issues. And we have a whole section of the report on workplace issues. There's two main ones. Most states that have legalized have put in their workplace statutes, have put marijuana in with alcohol. Now right now, marijuana wouldn't be in our statutes because it's illegal, right? So we're going to have to somehow put marijuana in with it. The only problem with that is that there are federal laws that businesses have to comply with, and I'll read them off. There's the Controlled Substance Act of 1970, the Occupational Safety and Health Act of 1970, the Drug-Free Workplace Act of 1988. So in the report, we suggest that this committee look at that workplace dilemma for many companies. And the second workplace issue is related to drug testing. And I mentioned that so you're going to drug test somebody, and they may show a positive urine test, like I mentioned about those levels. It's going to be very difficult, and that kind of exists today as well. So we did suggest that there be public education and for marijuana use, and that's our third recommendation. I'm going to have to do by exception because I gave myself another 5 minutes. There is in the bill money for public education. There's a need for research and data collection. Every state told us, if you want to know, if we want to know as a legislature, is legalization doing us harm or not? The problem we have is that we don't have good baseline data. I'll give you one example of that. One example would be, has school suspension rates increased because of marijuana legalization? Some states mentioned that they do that. I went to the Department of Education and actually talked to the commissioner. Do you keep that data? Now, was it a drug-related issue, let alone marijuana? And they said no. So that's just an example of, when you try to measure the impact of this one way or another, the baseline data just isn't there. I just want to point that out to the commission, to the committee. And the other thing is vaping. Vaping is rampant right now, and in all of our schools. I had my assistant superintendent of SU 16 say to me a couple of years ago, you know, the janitorial staff is coming to us and saying, why are so many of the kids throwing away their thumb drives? Well, those aren't thumb drives. Those are the jewels, the little containers that go into the jewels that look like thumb drives. And they are vaping marijuana. Just be aware of that. And there's statistics in the report. Well, anyway, I don't want to get into more of that, but just be aware of that. That's a big issue. There is a bill in Health and Human Services that I co-sponsored that I think is going to take care of the vaping problem. But just be aware of that as well. So, my last 3 minutes, I give myself a timer. This other document, I did the side-by-side for you all. Okay, as to, we had 54 recommendations. Yeah, 54 recommendations. And I did my best, and I spent many hours going through the bill, trying to see if those were indeed included in the bill or not. And I'm just going to highlight a couple that I'm concerned about the most. You know, we talked about the workplace issue. There was nothing in there. All right, recommendation number 15. We recommended an opt-in provision for communities to have, whether it be a retail store or a manufacturing site or a grow site. Because what we're talking about, by the way, is we recommended 3 licenses, 4 licenses, those 3 plus testing. But we also suggested that you may need a transportation license. They did go with the transportation license. The reason for the transportation license, if you allow sales via the internet, how are we going to get this? Many of the stores aren't going to deliver 30 miles away, and they'll use a service. That service has to be licensed because they're going to be transporting more than an ounce. Because the bill says an ounce, legal ounce, which is that's consistent with all the other states. So, but opt-in is key. Now, when I read the bill, I searched for opt-out, and the bill does give more powers to the municipalities than we had recommended. And I think within there somewhere there's probably an opt-out opportunity. But there's a big difference between opt-in and opt-out. We tend to do an opt-in state, like all our lottery and our Keno, for instance, is an opt-in. I really strongly recommend that the bill be amended to have an opt-in provision. Another thing, every state that's legalized has, this is recommendation 21, they have a seed to sale tracking, and that's for controlling the supply chain. As far as I can tell from reading it, Rennie, you can correct me, I didn't see anything about a seed to sale tracking. And the reason states put that in is because it's still illegal federally, and it's just a way of showing the government that we're serious about this and we're tracking it, so there's no leakage in the supply chain of any of the products. So that's another one. The other one I didn't close with 1 or 2 more. I can go on and on. It looks like there's a lot of people who want to speak.
Thank you, Representative. If you please wrap up, there are a lot of people here.
Yeah, I know. I just said
speaking.
that. Yes.
Thank you.
I was told I had an hour when it was first mentioned, so, and I recognized that was going to happen. So, we talked about banning marijuana use in outdoor public places, but we said banning smoking and vaping in outdoor. The bill does have a ban on outdoor public places, but it still allows vaping in outdoor public places. You know, that's one thing we disagree with. And then the other was we had a ban on smoking and vaping in indoor public places. There are indoor public places too. So we want to make sure that the bill says that as well. Again, I didn't see it in the bill at all. So with that said, those are some of the things, and I'll conclude with, as chair of the commission, we worked hard at people keeping their personal biases at home. We purposely didn't take a position, but I am personally, now I'm going to put my legislator hat on, and I would strongly suggest that we not pass this bill. First off, its current condition needs work, but that's not the reason. And I have plenty of reasons why, and I'll probably testify on the floor if this passes your committee. I don't want to take up anybody else's time now. Okay, thank you very much. I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. The representative is chair of the commission and had a lot of information to give us, but I would ask that people keep their testimony to 3 minutes so that we can hear everybody who would like to speak. I'd like to call Kate Frey. Kate Frey.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Welcome on this beautiful spring day here in Concord. That won't last long, I'm sure. I'd like to read my testimony. I will just hit highlights because there's so many people to speak today. I did serve on the study commission. I'll just say briefly is that better? Yeah, the differences between the recommendations and the bill, and then I will highlight.
Excuse me, if you have written testimony, we prefer you not read it?
Yeah, I won't.
Okay, thank you.
So I did want to say that New Future strongly opposes HB 481 because it's irresponsible legislation and does not protect the health and wellness of our children and communities. You will hear a lot today that it protects the youth. It does very little to protect the youth when you really read in, line by line and in between the lines. I want to be clear that what House Bill 4881 is and is not, it does not decriminalize marijuana, nor does it make it available for medical purposes. We already have these policies. Governor Sununu signed law for social justice issues to decriminalize in 2013. And since 2013, we have had he signed law in 2017, and since 2013, we have had a robust medical marijuana program. Over 7,000 individuals have cards for over 20 conditions. But what 481 does do is create a commercialized marijuana industry in New Hampshire in which all components of the marijuana business will be legal. It would include a network of growers, manufacturers, retail sales, and those establishments would be able to sell highly potent products, soda, waxes, dabs, shatters. I have all that information about what those things are, and market very much like with alcohol and tobacco to lure new users and create heavy users. And it shouldn't be a surprise that though major players in alcohol and tobacco and vaping industries have recently brought in billions, invested millions in the marijuana industry. You did hear that at least 3 major issues came up over and over again, and those were from other states. And contrary to the statements of the sponsors that this bill addresses all the recommendations from that commission report, it doesn't even come close to addressing these major concerns. Marijuana edibles, marijuana concentrates, these are highly potent marijuana concentrate products. And the potency has skyrocketed over since the 70s. It was 3% to 5% THC about 20 years ago. In a legalized market, you're talking about 15 to 60% THC, some products up to 94%. 481 puts no limits on those type of products that are sold or the potency of those products. Driving while impaired, I think you'll hear a lot about this today. They have seen increases and there is no test for impairment. Lastly, vaping marijuana. The commission spent an incredible amount of time on this because of the stark numbers that we're seeing nationally of youth that are vaping marijuana. 1 in 10 12th graders vape marijuana in the past years, and it's increased for 8th and 12th graders. While the legislation has put in ironically, some weak language that the Cannabis Commission may prohibit types of products. They don't completely ban it. And in fact, this legislation allows vaping marijuana in public places. This is a striking contradiction from the concerns raised in the report. More information here about why 40, you'll hear that it will eliminate the black market. That hasn't been the case in most states. There'll be other costs that are not accounted for in these projected revenues. And we know from the alcohol fund, we do not receive much to go for prevention, treatment, and recovery. Why would this be any different? Lastly, you will hear that we're an island that's surrounded by states or a country that have legalized. I totally agree with that. We are an island. We're an island as a state who has very high rates of substance misuse. Not only highest higher in New England, but also some of the highest in the country. We have woefully underfunded prevention in the past, and we're in the middle of substance misuse epidemic. I plead to you as policymakers to think about what's best for New Hampshire, and not just to do it because other states are doing it. Lastly, I found about a dozen recommendations that were not in the final bill that was from the Study Commission report. There is nothing in there that protects employers from having their own policies in place, so marijuana cannot be consumed in the workplace. There is a cannabis commission of 3 members. It very clearly states if you oppose marijuana legalization, you can't serve on that cannabis commission. So how would public health and prevention be at the table? There's an advisory council with 2 seats, one for public health, one for public safety. The rest are all industry seats, and they advise the Cannabis Commission. So I can't say that you can protect kids without having people at the table with that interested part. There are no bans for things that was recommended like social clubs, restaurants, hotels. That technically could all be under this. Keep in mind the Cannabis Commission creates all these regulations. So when you say it protects kids, it's not explicit in the statute. It's up to the Cannabis Commission to come up with these rules over a year and a half. There was legislation, there was something in the legislation that it be 1,000 feet from a school, a business. It actually is watered down, so towns don't want to go along with that. They don't have to. You heard about the opt-out. There were some limits as far as how much could be purchased. There's nothing in the statute about that at all. There is, you can, even towns, if you opt out, marijuana can be delivered to those towns that choose to opt out, the way I read that. There's nothing again about, it does not exclude vaping indoor places. So I would really, really encourage you to look very closely at the recommendations and at the bill to see exactly what was in there and what not in there. And so the premise that this has gone along with the Study Commission report is just not the case. Lastly, I will just say to you, as part of my charge was to work on finding peer-reviewed studies, and Paul Toomey was to do the same thing, and then what we were to do is make our arguments in support in opposition to legalization. I will absolutely be clear that marijuana is a harmful, addictive product, especially for kids. We have to be very careful in terms of brain development, and states that have legalized are seeing impacts of lower perception of harm and increased use. We are seeing a huge increase among 18 to 25-year-olds. That's still very important because their brain is still developing. That's our workforce within legalized states. I want to bring your attention you'll hear a lot that it's going to be the panacea to the opiate epidemic. I was just at a national cannabis conference last week. The author of one of those articles that's well cited has said that she even resents how much that research study has been overgeneralized. Sure, it may make a difference with pain. It's not the panacea to the opiate epidemic. A lot of those studies are not showing a direct correlation to that. And as well, other studies are showing if you look at an individual basis, there's actually an increased impact to go on to opiate use. So I think we really need to balance it out. Even if there's some evidence of it, that's not a reason to legalize and commercialize. Maybe that's proof to add on to the medical marijuana program that we have in this state. I will leave with you my testimony. The last thing I want to say is you'll hear what 481 does and does not do. We know there's some youth here today to speak to the bill, and I would ask you to listen to them very, very closely because it's their future that this bill will impact.
Thank you for your testimony. I'd like to call Attorney Paul Toomey to testify. And again, please remember not to speak for more than 3 minutes.
I'm not sure members of the commission have any more credibility on that, but I'll try. is Paul Toomey. I'm from Chichester. I was a member of the commission and I was honored to serve under Chairman Abrami, who I couldn't probably disagree more about marijuana, but I thought he did a wonderful job of delivering a report to the legislature that can inform their decision. When you hear from people, including my friend Kate, about the problems with legalization, you seem to hear three things, and I'm going to try to give a minute to each one of those three things. The first thing you hear is we need to protect the children. And I agree with that. Nobody here, none of the proponents of legalization are proponents of use by minors. But what does the science say about it? The federal government has an agency called SAMHSA, which has to do with substance abuse and mental health. And every year they deliver a report on all sorts of things, alcohol, drugs. And what they said that in their last report that had state-by-state analysis is that use by minors went down in 4 out of the 5 states that had legalized. The first 4 or 5 states that had legalized. The use by minors went down. The 5th state was Washington, and they found a very minor increase that wasn't statistically significant. In last month's Journal of the American Medical Association Pediatrics, there was a study published, a peer-reviewed study published, that said that they went back and looked at Washington to see if the federal government had gotten that right. And what they found was that there was a significant decrease in use by children after legalization. Now that's 5 states, 5 decreases. If you care about children, what you will do is create a situation where there are age limits on buying, where you have to go to a store where a person has a license they want to keep and won't sell it to children. Right now, marijuana is readily available to kids in every school in this state. If you want to keep on keeping it available, just keep it illegal. The second issue that you hear about is that we're in the middle of an opiate crisis, and we are. We're in the middle of a terrible opiate crisis, and people are dying like flies, and we should do things to try to reduce the prevalence of opiate use so people don't get addicted to drugs that kill. No one has ever died from a marijuana overdose, and there's no medical evidence of any marijuana overdose ever killing them. There are studies, and they're in the commission report of the federal government and other peer-reviewed studies that indicate in Medicaid populations and Medicare populations, which are the biggest populations that you have really reliable evidence on, that you see a decrease in prescriptions for opiates, you see decrease in opiate use, and you see decrease in opiate deaths. If you want to, and these decreases are significant. They range from 6% in the Medicaid studies to a far greater percentage in the ones in opiate deaths. If you want to do something about that, what you would do is make available to people a substitute that can't kill them and isn't as addictive as opiates or alcohol. The third area, and I think I'm on my 3rd minute, so I'll try to talk fast, is public safety. Nobody wants to see carnage on the highways. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, this report is in the commission report, I urge you to read it. This isn't, I'm a criminal defense lawyer. This isn't a criminal defense lawyer's words. These are the words of the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, whose only job is to increase safety on our highways. They stated in their report that they had reviewed every single study ever done about the connection of marijuana and car crashes, and they found that there is no increase in the risk of a car crash by somebody who's on marijuana. That somewhat sounds counterintuitive, and the reason is because there are some effects of marijuana that make you more likely to have a car accident, and that's divided attention. Just give me 1 second. There's more risk-averse. This one's, I'm sorry. Divided attention, tracking ability, and reaction time. You have adverse effects. At the same time, you have other effects that mitigate those because marijuana drivers drive slower, take fewer risks, and fall at a greater distance than sober people. That doesn't mean people should smoke marijuana because it doesn't have effect, because on some people it will increase the risk. If you already drive slower, if you already leave enough room between cars. What we need to do is divide measures by which police officers can tell who's impaired and who's not impaired. We don't have that currently. This bill provides for money to, one, develop the test, but also to train the officers to do so. In alcohol, and I've tried about probably 1,000 to 2,000 DWI cases, the National Highway Traffic Administration said that the rate of conviction with a breath test is the same as the rate of conviction without a breath test, and that's counterintuitive too. That's because if somebody's impaired, you can see them. That's what impairment is. It affects the way they behave and the way people act. We need to train police officers so they train to see the signs of cannabis impairment and they can enforce the laws. The bill has money in it to do those things. I urge everybody in this commission to read the whole report and look at the decision points that the chairman brought up. But in the end, to follow the science. Just because people say we don't want to hurt children doesn't mean that legalization hurts children. The science is the opposite. If you're concerned about opiate deaths, do something about it. Provide a safe alternative to people that need relief from pain and things like that. If you want to deal with traffic accidents, provide funding for police officers so they can detect impairment and testify about it and obtain convictions when it's appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'd like to call William Sparks. After Mr. Sparks, we'll be calling Alex Cooney, Ron Camazelli, and John Bryfonski. Is that right? Thank you.
Great. Yeah, my name is Bill Sparks. I'm with the Raymond Coalition for Youth. I'm on the board of directors. I've been with it for 5 years. The organization has been around for 16 years, and we have some great infrastructure that allows us to take accurate data of the perceptions of the kids in our school system. Raymond, it might be the name Raymond Coalition for Youth, but we really spread ourselves across the whole southern part of the state and beyond, which I'll get to in a minute. Our youth risk behavior survey is analyzed by a criminal justice professor out of Worcester State College. She's excellent. What it means is our data is very accurate. The best in the state, maybe even in the country. We meet as part of our programs with state officials, federal officials. We even have the New England DEA agent comes to our programs on a regular basis. We are really well informed. And recently, about 2 months ago, our director, one of the youth advocates that is here, Savannah, met with the President of the United States down in Washington, D.C., one of 4 organizations in the country that was invited to talk to the President about our issues and our solutions. I know that you guys are up on a lot of the issues having to do with the issues around marijuana. The CDC has a whole bunch of stuff that you look at, and it's going to present you with some facts, okay? I called out a link in the handout that I have. I also want to point out a handout that I have put in your packet. This is from our youth risk behavior. Notice the uptick. Okay, this uptick is that the youth believe now that marijuana is much safer to use. Okay? They are more than likely going to use it if they can get it. And by the way, one of the stories on the street is, if you want some pot, go to a youngster. Believe it or not, it was told to me the other day. That's crazy. Something I want to point out to you, and I call it out in my testimony, a book published last month by an award-winning author. It says, "Tell your children the truth about marijuana, mental illness, and violence." Mental illness and violence. I'm going to make 2 points here today because I know it's a complicated situation. I'm going to hit 2 points. the health and the money. My son gave me this book. I didn't find it. He gave it to me. There's clear evidence. It's called out in the book from Harvard University studies, and it's been validated. There is permanent damage to youthful brains. Those that are under 25 can get permanent damage. Not everyone, it's the tendency. How many do you want? Okay, any is bad. But the key point that I want to make that's brought out in the book that you may not be aware of is there's a definite link. It's been coming out for years, but now because they can analyze it better, they're seeing there's a connection between pot use, admittedly heavy pot use, and schizophrenia. Think about it. And that is in this literature. This book, in the introduction, it says everything in this book is the truth. I encourage you to read it before you make a decision. Excuse me? Give me a little respect.
Sir, please go on. You've gone over your 3 minutes. I would appreciate if you wrap up.
Important points. Yes, I will wrap up as soon as I can. If I don't get any more interruptions. The schizophrenia, that connection is very bad. That's people that are walking off the roofs of buildings, stabbing and harming themselves, or others. And there are validated, documented cases of that happening. There's another element to this, so I'm going to skip it as quickly as I can. Recently, in your packet, you'll see an article from published in the Manchester Union Leader. It comes out of the Boston Herald. They reprinted it. It has to do with the Massachusetts is rethinking how they're going to handle drivers that are impaired. There's definite evidence that there are impaired drivers that are hurting themselves. And in this particular case, the article popped out because a state trooper was killed in his cruiser by somebody who came out of a dispensary. Okay, very important point. So, there are those people that make money, and they're going to tell you all of these stories, fiction. And there are people like me and the kids that are going to tell you, don't do it because of their future. Let's protect their future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. I'd like to call Alex Cooney.
Hi, I'm going to be short and sweet. Hello, my name is Alex Cooney and I'm from Raymond, New Hampshire. I've been a member of Raymond Coalition for Youth's Youth Action Group since my freshman year, and I've seen how marijuana affects the youth. Currently, marijuana has an extremely low perception of risk and harm amongst my peers. And as the perception of risk has gone down because of normalization of marijuana. We have seen an increase in teen use. If marijuana is legalized, the perception of risk will be reduced even more than the rates of youth marijuana use will increase significantly. Although there would be age restrictions on marijuana, the already easy to use and access substance will only become more accessible to teens once it's legalized. We would like you to consider the impact on decision of legalizing marijuana would have on the youth of the state. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share your youth perspective on this important issue.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'd like to call Ron Camerzel. Is that correct? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioner, or committee members. Again, my name is Ron Camerzel. I am the president of Camerzel Consulting Services out of Littleton, Colorado. Prior to operating this business, I served 28 years with the Colorado Department of Revenue, the last 5 of which were as the Senior Director of Enforcement for the department. I was responsible for overseeing the Marijuana Enforcement Division in Colorado and was also responsible for implementation of Amendment 64 in Colorado back in 2014. I'm here today on behalf of the New Hampshire Coalition for Responsible Cannabis Legalization. It's comprised of a number of New Hampshire business folks, as well as business professionals that want to just ensure that if legalization occurs here in the state of New Hampshire, that's done in a responsible and thoughtful way, as well as ensuring that the communities and consumer protection and public safety are all addressed within the legislation itself. I can tell you that from my experience in the state of Colorado, that a measured and deliberative approach to policy making in this area is important. And I think in large part the report by the Commission on the Study of Cannabis Legalization hits the mark. I can tell you it's going to be harder, it's going to take longer, and it's going to cost more money than you could have ever imagined if you want to do it the right way. I endorse the New Hampshire approach as presented in House Bill 481. Basic regulatory and taxation structure is established by statute, and then you give the flexibility to the Commission to adopt rules and regulations to appropriately regulate the industry in the state of New Hampshire. Certainly in Colorado, while we had a lot of challenges, we also enjoyed a relatively smooth rollout of Amendment 64 in the state. And I really attribute it to three really important objectives that we established very early on. Number one, keep cannabis out of the hands of kids. Number two, keep criminal and corruptive elements out of the regulated marketplace. And number three, minimize diversion to other states to the extent that's possible. If you focus on these public safety and consumer protection objectives, I think you'll have success in the state of New Hampshire. I want to spend a little bit of time just talking about vertical integration versus what we know in the alcohol industry as the horizontal model or the three-tiered model. We required mandatory vertical integration when we first rolled out adult use cannabis in the state of Colorado, and we had a lot of unanticipated challenges from that. Number one, we were seeing price manipulation at the wholesale level to avoid the state excise tax that was going to be collected. We started to see marketplace control, product pricing, and slowly a monopolization of the adult use marketplace by large operators coming in from out of state because of the vertical integration requirements that we have. Right now, today in Colorado, we're seeing mass market consolidation, a continued concentration of market share to a limited number of large operators. I tell this as a cautionary tale only to state that some of the protections that are introduced in horizontal marketplace are there for a reason to protect the interests of the small business owners. And I think in Colorado we missed a golden opportunity when we legalized. Some of the positive aspects to a horizontal marketplace or a cannabis transportation / distributor model includes greater efficiency and accuracy in collecting excise taxes, more evenly distributed product lines across the marketplace, greater opportunities for fair trade and competition for all businesses within the marketplace, more orderly transportation of products within the state, and creating a system that will likely address federal requirements for interstate commerce and transport and federal excise taxes that are soon to follow when the federal government legalizes cannabis at the federal level. It also ensures increased market participation by more independent New Hampshire businesses. New Hampshire doesn't have far to look for a successful model for this type of distribution process, and that is the beer industry's model here in New Hampshire, as well as other alcohol distribution processes that have been around for 80 years or more. It limits the power of larger suppliers and encourages more market participation, and it's a proven system for importing and exporting and interstate commerce of products across state lines. Other states are starting to prepare and discover the virtues of creating a regulatory system that has a wholesale distribution component to it. California, Nevada, Oregon, and Washington all have some form of distributor license. Colorado and Massachusetts also have transportation licenses, but they're looking at expanding the authorities and rights of a transporter to more of a distribution model. The rest of the states will be scattering when the federal government ultimately legalizes. And this is an opportunity for the state of New Hampshire to future-proof your legislation for the anticipated federal legalization down the road. A couple of other issues I want to just touch on very briefly with House Bill 481, and some of which have been discussed earlier.
Excuse me, sir, could you please be mindful of the time and
Absolutely.
wrap up? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, electronic inventory tracking system is vital to an effective regulatory model. Understanding that personal growth may happen, it needs to be clear, operable, and create bright lines for local law enforcement so that they can control some of the issues that we experienced in Colorado with personal growth. Finally, establishing serving sizes of THC for edible products in statute and restrictions on the amount of THC that can be contained in any one cannabis product is also essential to ensure public and consumer safety. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you for your testimony.
Madam Chair, I do have some written testimony. Can I
Yes,
approach
please
it?
bring it up and the clerk will take it. Thank you. Call John Brightbonsky.
Good afternoon, Chairman Cushing and members of the committee, and thanks for giving the New Hampshire Chiefs of Police Association an opportunity to speak with you today. I come here as a representative of the New Hampshire Chiefs of Police and Chairman of the Drug Committee. I have more than 40 years of continuous law enforcement experience, 14 years in state and local law enforcement, 8 years, almost 8 years as a chief here in Bedford, and 27 years with the United States Drug Enforcement Administration. The last posting was the agent in charge for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and Delaware. So I have a lot of experience, and I've talked to a lot of people over my years of experience. But the Granite State Chiefs of Police stand opposed to the legislation, legalization of marijuana in this particular legislation. We've universally taken this position because we're in law, not because we're in law enforcement, because we as public safety professionals believe that legalization of recreational use of commercialization of marijuana is just simply not the right choice for the Granite State. As you already know, New Hampshire has already taken substantive steps to provide therapeutic marijuana to those with qualifying conditions, and the Granite State has already decriminalized small quantities of marijuana to avoid stigmatizing those in possession of user amounts with a criminal record while maintaining criminal sanctions against those that are selling it for a profit. I venture to say that this committee and other committees have had mountains and mountains of studies thrown at them to the point where if you probably printed them up, you'd probably fill this room and then still wouldn't have enough room to put them in here. But let me just bring up a couple of points that the Chiefs Association would like to make. The National Academies of Sciences and Engineering and Medicine recent study found substantial evidence linking marijuana smoking to chronic bronchitis, the development of schizophrenia, and other psychoses. And here in the Granite State, where more than 430 people died of drug overdoses last year, more than 470 died the year before that, still within the grip of an opioid crisis, a 2017 American Journal of Psychology study revealed a strong connection between marijuana use and future opioid use. The same business model used by big tobacco is being used here in New Hampshire to promote the legalization of marijuana, create more addicts, and sustain a profitable business model by downplaying any associated risk, especially to youth. And let's take a look at what could happen on our roads and streets and highways here in the state of New Hampshire, where we just finished one of the deadliest years in terms of highway fatalities in the Granite State. Again, another study, right? A recent study indicated motor vehicle crashes are up by 6% in the 4 states that have legalized recreational marijuana, compared with 4 other neighboring states where the drug is still restricted or illegal. And a survey of Colorado marijuana users found that 50% admitted that they drove after using marijuana. We here in law enforcement in New Hampshire are challenged every day. It's not as easy as one would think to enforce the motor vehicle driving while impaired by alcohol with a universally accepted empirical standard for intoxication and an accepted way of testing for impairment for alcohol. We don't have either accepted empirical standards for intoxication by marijuana, nor do we have any accepted method for testing for impairment by marijuana, and there's no solution on the horizon. I don't have any appetite as the chief of police to have officers on the side of the road at 2 o'clock in the morning with a cotton swab taking buccal swabs from people on the side of the road for testing with marijuana. Drug trafficking organizations, and again, 27 years with DA, I've got a lot of experience with dealing with these folks. Drug trafficking organizations make a lot of money selling marijuana. They're not simply going to turn to another product. They're just going to undercut and undersell the legal product like they have in other states that have already legalized. Again, going back to alcohol, some would argue that marijuana is no different than alcohol. Well, 1 marijuana user in 5 uses it every day. From another study, that's 20%. By contrast, 1 in every 15 people use alcohol, uses it daily. The rate of alcohol use, the rate of chronic use of marijuana is almost twice the rate of the daily use of alcohol. And in 41 years of law enforcement, I've talked to hundreds, maybe thousands, I don't know, I don't keep track after 40 years, of a lot of people that are substance abusers, as well as drug traffickers. And I can tell you to a fault that while not all of them will tell you or told me that marijuana was a gateway, but if they didn't say that it was a gateway, they said that it was a signpost that led them to future substance abuse. And there are recovering addicts that we've had in our drug coalition. We have members of the Bedford Depot Drug Coalition here today that have had folks come that are recovering addicts speak to just that very topic, and you can find those on our YouTube site. Marijuana is not the same as alcohol, and anyone who attempts to make that case is simply denying the facts and evidence. The cost in dollars and cents, as well as human wreckage it will leave behind, will be enormous. New Hampshire has a rich heritage of going down its own way and not following others because it's simply fashionable. As I said, there's a lot of studies, a mountain of studies pro and con against this. There's a lot more to learn about the effects of the legalization of marijuana. And we all agree that New Hampshire, we as chiefs of police agree that New Hampshire should not become another experiment and suffer the consequences of a rush to judgment. Thank you, members of the committee.
Thank you for your testimony. I'd like to ask Jim Karwacki to come forward, followed by Philip Deal and Dr. Joseph Hannon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and everyone here today. I will be very brief.
Okay, can you speak into the microphone?
I sure can. My name is Jim Karwacki. Just some quick points that I want to put out here. I do a lot of research. I am a medical patient. 80,000 people die a year from alcohol. 450,000 people die a year from tobacco. 130 people a day from opioids. Still, nobody's died from cannabis. Okay, there's a little... Please refrain.
No clapping, please.
There is a little common sense we need to draw here, okay? As we heard, a lot of people are refraining from alcohol and going to cannabis. That's what I just heard. Okay, 1 out of every 50. That's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm hearing. Talk to your youth. Talk to the people in their 20s. They don't want to drink. They don't want to wake up with hangovers. Okay, they want to get high. There for a couple hours they're high. Couple hours they're back to normal. They're having a cup of coffee. They're laughing. They're doing their thing. All right. They're not out doing crazy things. Alcohol makes you do crazy things. I was an alcoholic. I still am. Been 23 years now. Okay? More statistics. Here's Colorado. This is fresh, February. Okay? Cannabis arrests. This is since legalization 2012 to 2017. Cannabis arrests decreased 52%. I think that frees up law enforcement a little bit. Cannabis court filings down 55%. Juvenile arrests, 16% drop. These are stats right from Colorado. Everybody's looking for data. This is their data, fresh, right off the press. Okay? The tax revenue we could create here from cannabis, we can help our. This is our chance. Alcohol, everything we have done has failed. Here are the numbers, failure. Okay? We want to care about our youth. How about the other youth that have brought us into this alcohol and opioid addiction? That's all of us. We were young once. and here's where we're at. So let's make a smart move today and do something that's safe for everybody. 0 deaths. Thank you.
Please, ask you not to clap or boo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this opportunity today. My name is Philip Deal, and I'm a clinically certified aromatherapist, acupuncturist, and I'm a yoga instructor. And I also own a hemp and CBD business based in Nashua, New Hampshire. It's called Philip's Own Apothecary. And I'd like to point out a few points. The first one about CBD. CBD has been proven as an effective therapeutic treatment for helping people who are coming off of opioids. That's the truth. And what they're finding in science today is that CBD oil that has a higher content of THC in it, actually what in the cannabis industry is called a 1-to-1, is the most effective therapeutic oil that someone can use who's coming off of opioids. I want to point out something because prohibitionists want to tell you that the content of marijuana products are 99%. Essential oils made from marijuana do not contain THC and CBD at all. There are products that are made from marijuana that don't have THC in it, but you won't hear that because all you hear is people screaming at you about these high THC content. I hear people talking about the robust medical marijuana industry in New Hampshire. You have 4 dispensaries. I'd like somebody to tell me how that's robust. 4 dispensaries is not a robust cannabis industry. I would like to say something about schizophrenia and cannabis. The reports that you've been hearing these people tell you about schizophrenia, these are 3, 4, 5-year-old reports. The latest reports in the past 3 months show that you have to have a strong predisposition in your family line. You have to have a predisposition to schizophrenia if you're going to develop it from marijuana use. But people don't know, scientists and doctors don't know whether or not it's the marijuana that makes people schizophrenic, or if people who are actually schizophrenic by nature actively seek out marijuana for use. That's something that we don't know. And the last thing I would like to talk about is children. If your children are using marijuana, it's because you have failed as a parent. It's because you don't read the Bible with them. It's because you don't pray with them. You don't go to church. It's because you don't sit down and have a good relationship with your children, and you're letting your kid hang out with a bad element. So instead of pointing your finger at the cannabis industry, look at your parenting skills. We can teach children to grow up and use cannabis like they use alcohol after the age of 21. Children are going to be able to access alcohol. The first time I got drunk, I was 13 years old. And I became an alcoholic, and if I would have had the opportunity for parents that would have taught me how to use alcohol and substances properly, I wouldn't have ended up in that situation. The last thing I want to say is I don't know if everyone saw the article in the Boston Globe on Sunday talking about the black market and how well the black market is doing opposed to legalization. I'd like to tell you why. It's because Massachusetts isn't moving fast enough. They are not doing enough to make the legalization process roll out. So it's my hope for all of you here in New Hampshire that you do move on this bill and that you move fast and expediently and make it accessible for people who want to have businesses. I want to have a marijuana business. So if I'm going to have a marijuana business, I need you, the lawmakers, to roll out this bill and create the ability for people to create a good adult use market. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Dr. Hannon?
Thank you. My name is Dr. Joe Hannon. I was a member of the Commission to Study Regulation. You know what it is. I'll try to be as brief as I can. I also could talk for a while, but some of the things have already been said. One thing I want to talk about is why we even have prohibition in the first place. And it wasn't really touched on much yet, but there's a large racial component to it. There was, we know that the rates of use between people of color and non-people of color is not that different, but we know that the incarceration rates are vastly different, and depending on where you live, it could be up to 14 times or more hard for, more easy to get incarcerated if you're a person of color. I'd like to read a couple quotes from the person who was probably most responsible for giving us prohibition down, Harry Ganslinger. He was the At the time of these quotes, he was the Deputy Commissioner of the Bureau of Prohibition, and later became the Commissioner. I didn't say these things, so just make that very clear. The primary reason to outlaw marijuana is its effect on the degenerate races. How many murders, suicides, robberies, criminal assaults, holdups, burglaries, and deeds of maniacal insanity it causes each year, especially among the young, can only be conjectured. No one knows when he places a marijuana cigarette to his lips whether he will become a joyous reveler in a musical heaven, a mad insensate, a calm philosopher, or a murderer. Most marijuana smokers are Negroes, Hispanics, jazz musicians, and entertainers. Their satanic music is driven by marijuana, and marijuana smoking by white women makes them want to seek sexual relations with Negroes, entertainers, and others. It is a drug that causes insanity, criminality, and death, the most violent causing drug in the history of mankind. A couple oohs and ahs, but that is one of the things that led us to where we are today. And the fact that we've been told a lot of lies over the years, and being in the commission for over a year, I heard positives and negatives. I heard stories that were skewed one way or another. If you look at the research about schizophrenia, about fatalities, you can draw any inference you'd like with the data, but a lot of these studies are not very clear in what they're trying to say. We know that we've heard opiate use has gone down in some of these states. The fact that we keep hearing about teen use being more common is not really true. It's been shown to be false, and all the authors of these studies have been very surprised at that fact. So they immediately say, well, don't jump to conclusions yet, because it's not the answer we wanted. But we heard someone earlier say that kids have no problem with access to marijuana. And quote, if you want pot, go to a youngster. Wow. We have prohibition, and apparently I asked every person who testified that was against repealing prohibition if kids have any trouble getting marijuana. And everybody said, oh no, it's so easy, it's everywhere. So I'm having a hard time trying to decide whether it's a genuine worry that it's more easy to get than it's totally easy to get in everywhere. So I think we're really, we have a hard time making that connection. The other thing, the fact that it's perceived as easier to get does not mean that they're using it more. They are very different things, and there may be a perception that it is not a dangerous substance for young people to use, and I do think that it should be prolonged as long as possible. I'm not saying it is a completely harmless substance. There are lots of things out there that are not completely harmless that we use all the time that are much more dangerous than cannabis. We've seen increasing crime from prohibition. Alcohol prohibition gave us two things. It gave us Al Capone and the Kennedys. We had this vast network of criminal element that came into existence because of alcohol prohibition. And that didn't change with the prohibition of other substances. We have drug cartels, we have criminal gangs. Much of the violence in this country is associated with that criminal element. Now, to think that it's better to have an industry, and we've also heard about commercialization being a big concern. We are completely commercialized. There is no question that we have a commercialized market now, but the only people in charge of that industry are criminals. We have these cartels, drug gangs, and the criminal element that are the commercialized market. So we have to make a decision. Do we want the commercial market to be run by criminals and people who have no regard for whether they sell to children or whether they have a safe product that is tested, that doesn't have other adulterated substances in it? Or do we want a regulated market that is responsible and allows adults who choose to do something to have that option? As far as driving, we've heard several concerns about, there's no test for it. And we also heard testimony that there is no difference in conviction rates whether there was a breathalyzer test used or not. There are ways to do this, and we will do them. Also, the first person who comes up with a good test is going to be super rich. So it's going to happen. It's going to happen very quickly. The more people legalize, the more states legalize, the faster that will happen. I can almost guarantee it. Don't quote me for future reference, but it's pretty close. We also don't want people driving, but it's been said we're going to be surrounded, or are surrounded completely by legalization states in one country. So if they can't get it here, and there's no question that people are still using it, even though it is against the law to buy it, Decriminalization does not mean legalization. It's still illegal. People are still using it. Well over $200 million is sold in New Hampshire, at least they're conservative estimates. People are going to be getting in their vehicle and driving to these places. So if we want less people driving with marijuana either in their car or in their person or in their body, we don't want them to have to go further to get it. I think that's a very serious implication we have to consider. Finally, well, not finally, there's two things, sorry.
Please do keep the time.
I have two very short points. We've also had at least two, probably three presidents have admitted to marijuana use and cocaine. Two of them admitted to cocaine. Now, because of their status in society, they didn't get charged, they didn't get any trouble. They had a certain amount of privilege growing up, and they became president of the United States. There are hundreds of thousands, if not millions of kids in this country who can get their lives ruined for a conviction. Even though we've decriminalized it, it still can be a hindrance for adults. It can be a problem with housing. It can be a problem with college loan application. Even traveling to foreign countries can be an issue for someone who's a known substance user or illicit substance. And finally, we heard a lot about the gateway of illicit substances. It's a gateway. They used it now, so they're more likely to use later. There's definitely a correlation, and we heard that it's not causation. It doesn't mean that if people used it, they're going to definitely become that. More people who use it at a younger age do have a higher propensity, statistically, of getting a problem later in life, but that does not mean it equals that. There are people with substance use disorder that may be more risk-taking in their behavior even before they start using substances. So, like the last speaker said with schizophrenia, does it mean that someone who's has schizophrenia, does that mean they're more likely to try it even before they exhibit symptoms? It's quite possible. And, you know, as someone who is in recovery himself, I've been in recovery since I was 19 years old, so 27, do the math, 27 years, over 27 in recovery. And I have no interest in smoking it if this gets legalized. I have no financial interest. I don't represent any group that is going to make a dime from this. But I know that the harms that it's caused for the people in the recovery community to have a more dangerous substance out there. And the gateway for me was that I had access to harder, more dangerous substances because I bought from someone who initially sold in the illicit market. So if we want to protect kids, we don't want them to be getting it from the criminals. We don't want them to be getting it all. But we can create barriers to that and remove a lot of the negative effects that the war on people has caused. It's not a war on drugs, it's a war on people. And if we continue it, we're going to continue to harm them. We're going to continue these disparities with race, with economic status, and it's just got to be done, and it's time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'd like to call Matthew Kipp, and you have 5 minutes here. I would like you to reduce it to 3 minutes if you could. Thank you.
Actually, I'll keep it very simple. I've heard a lot of comments being made about how there's no banking within the state for cannabis industry. That's actually false. Bank of America.
Maybe you could get a little closer to the microphone.
Sure, sorry about that. It's a little short. JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, Wells Fargo have all stepped into the cannabis and hemp space. Also, I wanted to bring up another factor is they talk about the youth, increased youth use as well as risk. Look at normal television. Look at your daily television. Look at things like the show Two Broke Girls, how they were always talking about cannabis use on there. You want to talk about being able to put this into an eye. Teach the kids not to do this. Teach the kids not to be exposed to this. Show them what it's for. Show them things like your body already has this in it. Your body already contains cannabinoids. These cannabinoids equalize. They make your body synergistic. When somebody is not healthy, when somebody is lacking something, like say if you're dehydrated, how do you take and reintroduce electrolytes in your system? You drink stuff like Gatorade, water, all these different drinks. The same thing goes with cannabis. When you're lacking stuff in your body, when your endogenous system is low on cannabinoids, you can take things like edibles, tinctures, things like that. We're not just asking for use of, concentrate, shadows, which are potent, but we're asking for use of things that will remediate risk and natural sources, not something that's made in necessarily a laboratory that's basically synthetic. I mean, you look at things on the market like synthetic CBD, things like that are killing people. So we need more increased awareness in this state. We do need more people that have a better understanding. So that's kind of my standpoint. I do agree with this bill, but not as it's written. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are having a work session tomorrow in the criminal justice, so if somebody would like to come and speak at that time, that would be great. We have Dover Youth, 2 people? 3 people. Thank you.
Hi, my name is William Demers. I'm just going to hand you guys the written test.
My name is Emma Foss.
And my name is Olivia Malone.
We are members of Dover Youth to Youth, a teen drug and alcohol prevention program located in Dover, New Hampshire. We are here to oppose this bill that would legalize recreational marijuana. Here are some of our concerns.
Our main concerns with legalization of marijuana addresses the idea that legalization will lead to a decrease in perception of harm and an increase in youth access of any form of the drug. Recent legalizations in states such as Colorado and Washington have made marijuana use seem normal, healthy, and like medicine. However, the way it is being sold and used does not reflect that.
One of the biggest concerns we have with marijuana is the impact it has on the developing brain and one's learning potential. Given the damaging effect that THC has on the brain, the state of Colorado has already seen a dramatic increase in students not graduating from high school. Following the legalization of marijuana, Colorado also saw a 70% increase in youth admittance to substance misuse treatment centers. Considering the severe lack of treatment facilities and funding our state has, a 70% increase in New Hampshire would be disastrous. Pairing this dramatic decrease in perception of harm with the current drug problem our state has been in for the past years will almost certainly further our public health crisis.
Now, a lot of people have already mentioned the different ways that marijuana is being ingested and used. People mentioned vaping. The process is called dabbing. I just want to confirm that that is something that is very prevalent in public high schools. We've all seen it. I've seen it on the school bus. I've seen it in the bathrooms. This ingestion of marijuana happens in public places among youth. I just want to make that very clear. Also, we want to point out that with bills like this, the devil really is in the details, and one of the main arguments that we've heard, at least in our community, is that if we treat the legalization of marijuana just like the legalization of alcohol, then everything will be all right. That's what people supposedly did in these other states. But that brings up the point that we're doing a very poor job with alcohol. Right now, youth use of alcohol, so underage drinking is at 30%, so that's just under 1 in 3 youth are currently drinking alcohol underage. And we just don't want to add any more problems to that really poor rate of youth use.
We do not believe that legalization is the appropriate solution. New Hampshire is in a position where we can instead observe and learn from other states that have legalized this. With time and knowledge, we can develop sensible regulations to ensure the health and safety of New Hampshire and its youth.
For all of those reasons, we oppose and urge you to vote against House Bill 481. We want to thank you for your time and would be happy to take any questions now.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'd like to call Jim Monahan. He's here. I guess he's not here. Oh, okay, Susan Pestel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. I'm here for the New Hampshire Providers.
You'll have to get closer to the microphone.
My name is Susan Paschal from the DuPont Group. Jim Monahan and I are here for the New Hampshire Providers Association, representing SUD providers. We have a written statement. Our major concern is that the bill, as written, doesn't find the balance between harms, which we see from large tobacco-like industries, and social and economic justice. So we'd be happy to work with the committee on the bill.
Thank you very much. Perhaps we'll see you tomorrow. I'd like to call Paul Sontag.
Thank you very much. This is my first time testifying at a hearing, so at my age, I regret that this is my first time, but thank you very much for the privilege of doing that. I would like to address a topic that I don't think has been addressed clearly, or at least brought to your attention, is that I'm a resident of Amherst, New Hampshire, and I have served in that area for 38 years as a teacher and principal, coach with workers of all types of youth. And right now I'm serving on a committee called CAST, which is Community Action for South Kings in the Souhegan Valley. I'd like to just bring up the subject of the impact that it's having on the families and the children of addicts, not directly addressing the addicts or how marijuana would particularly lead to more problems with addiction, but we are facing an addiction problem that is impacting the families, and I'd like you to look at the impact that for every addict that you see or every person that's been addressing has an opiate problem or drinking or alcohol problem. There's a family, just a tree of relationships that are getting affected. Those things are called, have you heard the word ACEs? Many of you heard the word ACEs. They're called adverse childhood experiences. And for every time one of these children that are affected by the opiate or the drug problem receive an ACE, they are at higher risk for drugs. And they have a propensity for it, a predilection for it. So I'd like you, before you make any real decisions about how you're going to move forward with this bill, would you consider the impact that it has to the extended family of these folks that are being affected by the opiate problem? So my question is that if I would ever ask a question, I would say, given all the data that's been given to us about New Hampshire and how it is one of the highest risk states when it comes to substance abuse, would it be wise, or even though it's legal or it's permissible to have laws put in place to legalize the commercialization of marijuana, the question I would have is it wise? Is it helpful? Is it productive? Is it beneficial at this time to be able to go forth with this when only 8 states have chimed in to do this? It sounds to me like the jury's out. And wouldn't it be a great thing to take some time and really investigate what the impacts of this are, especially the one that I might be bringing here today? And I would also suggest that it would be, is it not time for us to raise the ethical bar by which we make decisions for the welfare of our communities? And I would suggest that if you make that decision, others will feel more confident to follow you and engage in this particular problem that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to call Ross Connolly.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I will be brief in respect of everyone's time. I also have written testimony. My name is Ross Connolly. I'm the Deputy State Director for Americans for Prosperity. I'm here today to lend our support for HB 481. We look at this from a criminal justice perspective, that the consequences, the monetary cost, for these prohibitions is enormous, but the social cost on families and individuals is staggering that comes from marijuana prohibition. Beyond the consequences of just the initial criminal punishment, there are additional implications that can affect people for the rest of their lives, including future employment options, loss of driver's license, the ability to go to school, to go to college and pursue their dreams, or to open a business. We as a state need to look at our current laws regarding cannabis and ask ourselves, is this act worth ruining people's lives over? Because the most harmful and dangerous qualities of cannabis are the harsh penalties it inflicts upon its users and the consequences of the black market crime created by its prohibitions. We should be working towards making this a safer product for people to use, protecting it against children. Not prohibition, which does just the opposite. For all of these reasons, we're in support of HB 481, mostly because it does correct all of these issues that I just outlined. And That's it. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I will call Michael King, David, I think Crawford. Okay, and next after that, Neil Bubacker. You're for 3 minutes.
My name is Michael King. I recently moved to the North Country from Massachusetts to escape the craziness of the Commonwealth, but experiencing some craziness, I guess, here in the North Country regarding this issue. And I want to share, I work for an organization in Massachusetts that's been working a lot on this issue of the commercialization of marijuana. And I want to just talk briefly to a few points. I gave you all a handout there that has a picture of what commercialization looks like. Those pictures are taken from Colorado. Someone mentioned vapes before. You'll see the vapes there that look like USBs. Over 50% of the sale of marijuana in Colorado is sold as edibles. That comes from SAM, Smarter Approaches to Marijuana. Also, someone mentioned the opt-in recommendation. Colorado was an opt-in state with only about a third of the count of the towns and cities opting in. And even with that opt-in, there are now more pot shops in Colorado than Starbucks and McDonald's combined. So just think about that in terms of how many shops you're going to see in your towns and cities. Someone also talked about there wasn't a limit on purchases in the bill. And with limits on purchases already in Colorado, we see something called looping, where people come in and they find ways to get more than the regulated amount per day. You'll hear from the other side many times, as we have down in Massachusetts, 3 things to why you should support commercialization. Tax money. You also hear alcohol is legal, so why not marijuana? And then you hear social justice. I'm going to talk about 2 of these briefly. First, on the tax. In your packet there, you'll see a study done by the Centennial Institute out of Colorado. They recently said that for every $1 of tax revenue, it costs them $4.50 when you take into consideration the burden on hospitals, the increase in crime. If you want to see stats on the increase in crime, just take a look at another piece of the handout from the District Attorney's Office in Denver, talking about huge increases, even in the black market, which increased by over 3,000%. That's not me speaking, that's the District Attorney. I want to finish by social justice. I was sitting in Waltham's City Hall only about a week ago, and 125 of our Hispanic friends joined me at that meeting because Waltham's trying to figure out what they should do regarding the commercialization of marijuana. I turned to a lady next to me, a Hispanic woman, and I said, why don't you go talk about your concern as a mom and a resident of Waltham? And she was nervous because her Spanish was broken and she was, she felt a little embarrassed. And she said to me, why aren't there more people like you that speak good English that can get up there and speak for all of us in our city? I think about the town or the city of Lawrence. Lawrence has 85,000 people. They were the first city in Massachusetts to ban the commercialization of marijuana. I was there at the City Hall when 200 of our Hispanic friends showed up at City Hall, and the City Council, after 4 hours of testimony, by an 8-0 vote, unanimously voted to ban marijuana. In Massachusetts, there are 351 towns and cities. Do you know how many have banned marijuana commercialization? 100. You know how many have passed a moratorium? 150. Someone said that commercialization is slow in Massachusetts. I'll tell you why. It's the immigrant population. So when we talk about social justice, my experience is that these people that we're talking about, that we want to raise up through owning marijuana businesses, I guess is the only way that we can show social justice, by giving them an opportunity to own a pot shop. They don't want it. And I think you'll see the same thing here in New Hampshire. So I hope that you'll look to the future by seeing what's going on in Massachusetts, and please consider voting against this bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. David Crawford? Is it Crawford?
Crawford.
Thank you. 1 minute.
I support this bill. I personally, well, let's see. They talk about the kids. I was a kid once and I smoked pot. I guess 17 was a kid. That's when I first joined. And then it says something like gateway drug. Well,
Could you speak a little bit more into the microphone, please?
it said gateway drug. One thing I learned when I smoked pot was that it wasn't the big horrible thing that people say they said it was. So it was sort of a gateway to learning that everything adults say isn't true. So that was one. What else? Oh, mostly I personally think the taxation and all that is just a spoonful of sugar to help the medicine go down for the legislators. I personally would have it be much more free than that, but in my humble, but that's not the bill before us. So I just think it's long overdue that more freedoms for this, and just, I'm for this bill, and I'm just going to be brief, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to call Neil Bubacker.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you so much for your time and your service to the state. My name is Neil Hubacher, and I'm the Director of Strategic Alliances for Cornerstone, New Hampshire's Family Policy Council. Cornerstone stands in opposition to this bill because as we do look at the data coming out of states that have already legalized it, we just do a simple cost-benefit analysis, both economically and socially, and it seems like it comes up very short. I think there are 7 areas that we can do way better for the citizens of New Hampshire. The first area is economically, and as my colleague Mr. King mentioned, that I cite the same study from the Centennial Institute. For every $1 gained in tax revenue, $4.30 were needed to offset all of the issues. I also think about real estate here. Now, while the jury is still out on the effects of real estate as far as values, plummeting or raising near retail pot shops, it's a mixed bag. But New Hampshire is a state that totally depends on property values. And I just want to put forth this scenario. What would happen if 5-10 years down the road, New Hampshire does remain as an island that does not legalize this? How will our property values be so much greater than those of the states around us? It's just something to think about. It's just a question. The second area is we can do better for our teachers and our students. What we do see out of Colorado, and everything that I'm saying I have cited, and I will share this written testimony with you, but we see teachers having to call on law enforcement more, criminalizing their students because because it's still not legal for the students. In Washington, past month usage among 8th and 10th graders rose after legalization. That's something to think about. Third area that we can do better for is we can do better in government. When you look at the CCC, the Cannabis Control Commission in Massachusetts, keep in mind that that commissioner makes more money than the governor in Massachusetts. And I would say that that is what we call a corporate capture situation. In other words, the CCC isn't really here to protect the citizens of Massachusetts or of New Hampshire, but they're there to facilitate big business and all the folks who stand to benefit financially. I'm not against financial gain, but I am against the inability of citizens to have enough input in it. Fourth, we can do better in the area of healthcare professionals, right? We see that when retail pot shops open in Colorado, the spike in ER visits, and I'm talking about adolescent ER visits, due to acute mental health issues and due to vomiting because of the ingestion of edibles, there's a spike in the ER visits from adolescents when retail pot shops open. Fifth, we can do better, as has already been mentioned, for our public safety, our law enforcement officials. couple weekends ago, I had the privilege of speaking with a former state senator of Colorado. I asked him what was the biggest unintended consequence that you have seen as a result of legalization. He said, well, the problem is that the drug mules who are going both ways, they want to make money on return trips. So now they're taking good pot, meaning refined pot, from Denver area, they're bringing it down to Mexico, but when they come back up, they want to make money, and so they're bringing bad opiates into Denver and the Denver area. So the result is, as has already been mentioned, just a burgeoning black market. Sixth, we can do better for the mental health and safety of our citizens. It's already been mentioned, but, and again, this is probably next to the Centennial Institute article that I'm sharing with you, this next article is probably the most compelling one. The links between long-term marijuana use, mental illness, violence are becoming more clear. Why would we throw fuel under the fire of this opioid crisis that we already have and the related issues? And finally, social justice. It's mentioned in the in HB 481 that having someone on the board and on the commission is has a social justice expertise. And I would just say this: when we do look at legalization and we look at opting in and opting out, 2/3 of Colorado communities opted out. Now it's 2/3 of Mass communities that either opted out or have a moratorium. I guess the question I have is it that the most well-to-do communities are able to opt out? And if they are, let's again look ahead 5 to 10 years down the road, which communities are really bearing the brunt of the costs, these social and economic costs? I think that's just a question that I would put before you. So again, for these reasons, Cornerstone is in opposition to HB 481. I ask you to vote ITL. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. The next person I have is Jerry Prial. However, you have 10 minutes written down, and that is way too much. So please confine your remarks to 3 minutes.
Yes, it'll be much less. Thank you. My name is Jerry Prial. I'm a small business owner and entrepreneur from the seacoast of Portsmouth. I've been involved in the alcohol industry for 40 years, all over the United States, the past 23 years here in the state of New Hampshire. I believe in open, free, and regulated markets when it comes to consumer goods. We really have 2 choices today. Do we want the black market to continue and all the risks associated with that, or do we want to regulate the market? I think that as we develop a regulated market with the use of cannabis, that is a responsible thing to do. I think a lot of us will agree that we'd much rather have a regulated market than a black market. There's no doubt about it. Let's talk about the will of the people. The vast majority of adults in the state of New Hampshire, 57%, are in for legalization of cannabis and marijuana. Nationwide, almost 10% of our population, about 24 million people, consume and take cannabis and marijuana on a regular basis. Almost 50% of our population in this country has consumed cannabis in their lifetime. That's 115 million people. And here we are in New Hampshire. We are surrounded, as you know, by legalization. Vermont, Maine, Massachusetts, the great state, the great country, of Canada. There's talk right now in New York and in New Jersey on the legalization of adult use cannabis. The governor of Rhode Island just came out and proposing the adult use of cannabis. It's all around us. It seems kind of crazy to me that if we have any of our neighbors come visit us and drive through our state, they are now an outlaw. Now, I understand that we have decriminalized marijuana in this state. Quite frankly, and I don't mean to be flippant, but that reminds me of perfume on a pig. At the end of the day, it's still a pig. I want to just point out a couple of quick points that I read a book that was written by 2 UNH professors, Karen Van Gundy and Michael Schumacher. I'm just going to highlight a couple of points that they made. Simply using marijuana is not likely to cause the use of any other illicit drugs. State medical marijuana laws have been linked to lowering the rates of opioid overdose mortality rates. Lowers the risk. Nationwide, marijuana use is on the increase for adults in the United States aged at 18 to 49. Conversely, marijuana use amongst our youth, 12 to 17, are on a nationwide decrease. I think maybe more importantly is the scholarly research tends to conclude that marijuana use does not increase other criminal behavior, and marijuana prohibition is largely ineffective for reducing marijuana use. The prohibition on marijuana has failed. A continued policy is a failed policy. A few things on the bill itself. I caution you on the residency requirements. For some reason, the reasoning is unclear, and it appears to me that sounds of protectionism. Don't get greedy. High excise tax rates in combination with local tax rates can lead to a higher consumer pricing, resulting in a competitive disadvantage from the surrounding states, as well as allowing the black market to continue. Example, the state of California just missed their revenue projection by a little over $100 million. There's a bill in the California legislature right now to have a 3-year moratorium on excise tax. Let's not do that if this bill happens to pass. In addition, being in the alcohol business, I really would like to support the fact that we keep alcohol and cannabis separate. We keep it separate from a product standpoint, a transportation standpoint, a distribution standpoint, and then importantly, a retail standpoint. In other words, let's not let the New Hampshire liquor control stores sell cannabis. Finally, in closing, I just want to say that the prohibition has failed, and continuing operations, as I said, is a failed policy. Let's look forward and embrace the 21st century, and most importantly, listen to the will of the people. Join our neighbor states who have had the vision to go forward. One of the attributes is quality of life is balance and moderation. I think the majority of this bill supports that. New Hampshire's motto is live free or die. Legalization of adult-use cannabis is what that free part is all about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I would like to call Dr. Marie Ramos. You have 5 minutes. If you could try to cut it down to 3, we'd be very appreciative.
Yes, ma'am. I have some testimony here that I'll be passing.
You can hand it to the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. My name is Marie Elizabeth Ramos. I'm a family physician, and I'm speaking on behalf of the New Hampshire Academy of Family Physicians in opposition of Bill 481. As a family physician that currently practices in a community health center, delivering babies and taking care of entire families from cradle to grave, as we say, I see on a day-to-day basis the effects of marijuana. And we have discussed ad nauseum many factors, so I'm not going to belabor the points that have already been made, but I would like to speak to a couple of things that I heard on the floor to give you some scientific and professional perspective. The first thing is, I thank the Commission for the time that they spent. The Commission Chair did say that this is a big leap, and indeed it is. It's a big leap for the future of our state and for the trajectory that we're going to. Another colleague said that is the prohibition of marijuana worth ruining a person's life? And I'm going to ask that again. Is it worth ruining a person's life? Yes, we're talking about adult marijuana use and commercialization for adult use. However, we all know, as it's been stated before, we've been children, we've been youth, and we've all done it, quote unquote, and there is exposure. And so let's look at the facts. The facts is that if a baby is exposed to marijuana while in the womb by an adult, that can adversely affect that child for their entire life. There is research that has shown that children that have been affected and exposed to chronic marijuana use while in the womb have increased rates of ADHD, lack of school performance, and increased rates of depression. One of our colleagues today did mention the Academy of Pediatrics, mentioning points about safety of the use of marijuana. My colleagues, my pediatric colleagues also state that early use and exposure to marijuana also causes detrimental effects for their lifetime. Are we as a state going to take the position that commercialization of marijuana and getting the profit of marijuana distribution and sales can adversely affect children. They don't have a say, and they are exposed to the same adults that we are discussing. And so I urge the committee to look seriously at the effects of kids and children that are unable to give their opinion at this point. Another measure was stated that there could be immense tax revenue benefit. And my question that I'm posing is tax revenue benefit enough of a reason to risk health and longevity for our future? One other statement was, I've been hearing recurrently, is equating alcohol prohibition with marijuana prohibition. Alcohol is not the same as marijuana. As a physician scientist, I can measure alcohol. I can tell you what the effects of alcohol does. In the United States, unfortunately, we cannot do any studies and research legally on the use of marijuana or CBD or THC. And so in America at this point, as a physician, I can't give you evidence-based information about the actual benefits from a medical standpoint in the United States. And as a physician, it would be against my fundamental oath to do no harm to my patients, to allow such distribution without having evidence-based modalities to suggest such. One other thing that I wanted to present is that legalization of marijuana is different than decriminalization. One of my colleagues on the floor recently said that yes, although people of color have about a similar rate of use of illicit drugs, they are disproportionately represented in prisons and incarcerated. That is a true statement. However, legalizing marijuana does not necessarily need to happen if we're going to decriminalize it, which has already been done. On behalf, and also I did practice for several years as a family physician in California during the time of legalization. And I can tell you, in the small town of 3,500 people that I took care of as one of 3 family doctors taking care of one of the largest counties geographically in California, although marijuana was decriminalized and legalized, as a family doctor, I directly saw increased rates of mental health issues, increased rates of ER visits, which I took care of as their family doctor, and then also I saw effects on their babies that I had to deliver in a small county. And so please, I ask you to measure the consideration of our effects from a long-term standpoint. And again, although we are in an industry and we see that it's growing in the United States, we must take pause to make sure that the effects of our decisions do not cause unintended consequences. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to call Erica Golter. And you have 5 to 10 minutes, but you actually have 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak today. I know everybody here has been through a lot today. It's been a very, very long meeting. I actually have several things that I wanted to mention just about the format of the bill in itself. I do realize that there's a meeting tomorrow, a work session. I'm going to try to maybe get an email of where I can send some of those things that I've highlighted in the bill that you might want to review. And the reason why I'm not going to go through all of that stuff today is because I really want to sit here and try to break through that reefer madness that you have been hearing over and over and over in this room. Okay, so back in the 1930s, and this is history, you can actually look it up. Back in the 1930s, there was a gentleman named William Randolph Hearst. He was the owner of the Hearst Paper Pulp Company, who was the direct competitor to the new and upcoming billion-dollar industry, hemp. Hemp was actually used in the Declaration of Independence. The first flag was created by hemp. Hemp used to be on the back of the dollar bill. These are things that we're not actually talking about every day, but these are things that happen. So, about this guy, William Randolph Hearst, okay? He was afraid of this big competition, and him coupled with a guy named DuPont, I don't know if you recognize that name, DuPont Oil, got together with this gentleman named Harry Anslinger and created political smear campaigns that went through William Randolph Hearst's paper company, because that was the only method of communication back in the day, okay? So those political, excuse me, can you still hear me? So those smear campaigns, did somebody turn me down? Those smear campaigns from William Randolph Hearst and Harry Anslinger included things like, reefer makes darkies think they're as good as white men. It was inundated with racism in order to scare people into thinking that cannabis was a bad thing. They used the term marijuana, which is just a Spanish term for dried flowers, to make people feel as though, ooh, this big, bad, scary marijuana is now prevalent with the satanic jazz music, and it's going to make all of the Negroes think they're as good as the white people. And believe me, I am not racist. I don't think hardly anybody in here is racist, but this is where the history of cannabis actually comes from.
Could you please speak to the bill and not to other issues?
I am speaking to the bill, Madam Chair. Pardon me for a second. So, we are here trying to legalize cannabis, which never should have been made illegal to begin with. It was made illegal because of money and greed, okay? I do not believe that HB 481 is ready to go forward. I think that there are several things that need to be addressed. For instance, I do not believe that any of the alternative treatment centers should have a cultivation or manufacturing or a retail license for retail cannabis, because the alternative treatment centers are supposed to be nonprofit organizations. This should not be allowed in this bill. And I encourage you to rethink this position on the alternative treatment centers, who are supposed to be nonprofit organizations specifically for the medical industry in the state. Another one thing that I want to point out too, because I don't think I'm going to be able to make it to the study session tomorrow, nor do I know if I'm going to be able to get all of this information to you, but in the beginning of the bill, it writes 1 ounce of usable cannabis, and in the end of the bill, it talks about modifying the current law definition that still says 3/4 of an ounce. That needs to be looked at. So doesn't the date that you're talking about, the annulment of the arrest back in September 16, 2017, I believe it references, should be the date that this goes into effect. Further, you also talk about 5 grand, I'm sorry, and the taxation of the cannabis plant. You talk about $10 per, I don't remember, it says, per ounce of any other part of the plant. I'm sorry, let me look this up, because I think this is really important and something that you should talk about. Possession means 1 ounce of cannabis in plant form. We're talking about 1 ounce of cannabis flower. It's not in actual plant form. I don't know who actually went through this bill in particular. I know it was several people, but I have a lot of remarks that I put in here of things that I really think that you should review.
Excuse me, could you wrap up your testimony? You're 2 minutes over the 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anyhow, I do not support this bill in the way that it's written. I think that more time needs to be going into it. And I believe that if you require adults 21 and older to produce an ID, it takes it off the black market, puts it on a retail market, and makes it more difficult for children to get their hands on it. That's my final point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I call Meredith Cook. Three minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Meredith Cook. I am the Vice Chancellor of the Roman Catholic Diocese of Manchester. Good afternoon. My name is Meredith. Good afternoon. My name is Meredith Cook. I'm the Vice Chancellor of the Roman Catholic Diocese of Manchester. And on behalf of our...
I think if you got a little closer to the mic, we could hear you better.
Good afternoon. My name is Meredith Cook. I am the Vice Chancellor of the Roman Catholic Diocese of Manchester. I am here on behalf of the Roman Catholic Diocese of Manchester and our ministries and Bishop Lavashi in here to express our concern with House Bill 481. One of the main concerns of the Roman Catholic Diocese and the Church here in New Hampshire is promoting the safety and well-being of children and families. House Bill 481, which seeks to commercialize marijuana, does not provide for this important goal. Our ministries, like all of us, are seeing the devastating impacts of substance misuse in our communities. Catholic Charities New Hampshire offers counseling services all across New Hampshire, and specifically related to substance use disorders. Our parishes and our local offices of Catholic Charities are seeing the impact of grandparents who are raising their grandchildren. We're seeing people who are coming to our parishes, coming to seek assistance with clothing, with food, because we have grandparents who are trying to raise their grandchildren because parents are unable to do so because they're suffering from addiction. There's one point that I really want to stress that's been really confusing this afternoon, and that's about that we need to legalize marijuana because people will use marijuana and there are criminal justice and employment consequences of that use. It was only 2 years ago that we were here right in this chamber, and this committee heard a bill about the decriminalization of marijuana. And you heard that testimony. I don't like to go back and think about the losses that we've had as a diocese on the bills that we've advocated for, but my memory is that the Diocese of Manchester was the only organization that opposed that bill. You had overwhelming support for that bill, and you heard testimony and you gave that thoughtful consideration, and you decided to pass, and New Hampshire decided to make that bill law. The evidence, the information, the testimony that you heard was that the state needed that to become law because of the criminal justice and the employment implications of what was going on. We did not support that. But before you move on to move and pass full legalization, I urge you to go back and read that law and think about whether this is necessary for criminal justice or employment implications, because if that's in your mind at all, I urge you to go back and look at that decriminalization law again. In the midst of a substance abuse misuse crisis, and in light of all the compelling information that you've heard today about the public safety concerns and the medical concerns that we've heard, I urge you, for the common good of our state, to vote inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 481. And I do have written testimony from Bishop Lavashi to offer to you today.
Thank you very much. Dr. Gilbert Fanchulo.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Did I pronounce your name correctly?
It was close enough.
Yeah.
It gets mispronounced quite often. I am Gilbert Fanchulo. I'm a physician. I'm board certified in anesthesiology, pain medicine, and hospice and palliative medicine.
Get a little bit closer to the mic.
Thank you. I should have known. I am an emeritus professor at the Geisel School of Medicine at Dartmouth. Although my comments are mine alone and do not represent the position of Dartmouth, I am on the Board of Medicine in the state of New Hampshire, and my comments again are mine alone and do not represent the feelings of the Board of Medicine. I'm going to make this as brief as I can. I've adopted this because I've heard so many things already. The first thing I want to say is that cannabis is essentially safe. And we've heard many people say that no one's ever died from a cannabis overdose and that there's not been a lot of research, but there has been one type of research that's been done with cannabis. And that's what's called post-marketing surveillance studies. Cannabis, any drug that goes to market, will be given to small animals, then large animals, and then there'll be toxicity studies, dose-finding studies, etc. Those have not been done for cannabis, but what has been done for cannabis cannabis is it's been given to 20 million people last year. And it's been given to probably hundreds of millions of people over time. And there is no report of pulmonary hypertension or anything like that. These studies are required by the Food and Drug Administration, these post-marketing surveillance studies, and they're very effective. There was a drug that came on the market a number of years ago called Durax, which was removed from the market because of pulmonary hypertension. There have been no such reports with cannabis. I've seen all the slides of brains and everything else. The drug is essentially safe, except for a smaller risk of addiction than we see with tobacco or alcohol. One of the gentlemen earlier spoke and held up a book that was written by Alex Berenson. Alex Berenson is a spy novelist. I don't know where he comes from, thinking that he can write a scientific novel about cannabis use, but his book is completely erroneous. He makes two claims. One is that cannabis leads to an increase in psychosis, and two is that this cannabis-induced increase in psychosis leads to violence. Both of these statements are entirely false, and that's really all there is to it, and I don't want to really go on about that much more except to say that it is an entirely false statement. We've talked about the increasing concentrations of cannabis that are available right now, and I want to just point out that the concentration is not really the important point. The really important point is the dose. So if you have 5% cannabis and you take 3 puffs, that's the same dose of cannabis as if you have 15% cannabis and you take 1 puff. Okay, so it's just a question of how much you want to dose yourself with regard to most of it. I mean, when you get up to 77% and things like that, I do have some questions about that myself, but in general, the availability of cannabis flower with the higher doses, I don't think makes much of a difference. I am only going to state that cannabis is not a gateway drug. That's been shown before, and one of the other doctors that spoke earlier talked about the difference between correlation and causation. There is a correlation, but there is no causation. And lastly, I don't want to diminish the fact that there's something called substitution. This is something that we've studied here, and we reported on for the state of Vermont, and what this means is that people will substitute cannabis for other more harmful drugs. They substitute it for opium, or for heroin, they substitute it for opioids, they substitute it for stimulants, they substitute it for cocaine. If these drugs are available, regularly available, then we're going to see a decrease in use of all of these other substances, and we've already seen this in other states. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I call the Honorable Harriet Cady. You have not indicated how long, or have you?
Hopefully for no more than a minute.
1 minute, thank you.
A former legislator, I know how long these things can be. I wanted to put a face to an illegal use of marijuana. This is my son who died because of a driver high on marijuana. When I was in the legislature, I believed that marijuana was harmless and would have voted for legalization. What I do know now is the neurosurgeon told me it affected the driver's cognitive thought process, and he didn't realize he was going 63 miles an hour as he approached the stop sign. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call Dave Mara, Governor's Advisor on Addiction and Behavioral Health. 3 minutes.
I'm glad to have the opportunity to come up here.
Get a little bit closer to the mic.
I'm glad to have the opportunity to come up here and speak. I'm going to limit my comments. You've already heard a lot of different stats, a lot of different information, and I'm just going to limit my comments to the purview of what my job involves. Now, New Hampshire's not just in an opioid crisis, we're in an addiction crisis. We have a problem with addiction with alcohol and other drugs, so it's not just opioids. We talk a lot about opioids because of what is happening with overdose deaths and things of that nature. So when I take a look at something from other states, any kind of program, any kind of grant, any kind of initiative that other states have used, I always look at how will that help us in combating the addiction crisis that we're in New Hampshire at this time? And that's what I did with this issue, the legalization of marijuana. Now, right now, as a state, we are finally making some progress. Our overdose death rate is down. We have the medical examiner's office is projecting that there will be there will be 430 drug overdose deaths in 2018. That represents a 7.6 drop from 485 drug overdose deaths that were reported in 2017. So this is the first decrease that we've had since 2012. Opioid-related emergency room visits in New Hampshire have decreased by 17% from 6,684 in 2017 to 5,539 in 2018. Narcan is in the hands of people that are using it and lives are being saved. We've seen a decrease in the amount of opioids that are being prescribed in our state. In short, we're making progress, but we still have a long way to go. When I started looking across the purview of states that have legalized marijuana, I started looking at different studies, and one that really struck me was a 2017 report from the College of Pediatricians, the American College of Pediatricians. And I think it sums up what kind of effect marijuana will have on citizens in the youth of our state. Although increasing legalization of marijuana has contributed to the growing belief that marijuana is harmless, research documents the risk its use by youth are grave. Marijuana is addicting, has adverse effects upon the adolescent brain, is a risk for both cardiorespiratory disease, testicular cancer. It is associated with both psychiatric illness and negative social outcomes. Evidence indicates limited legalization of marijuana has already raised rates of unintended marijuana exposure among young children and may increase adolescent use. Another report that I thought was very telling was from the Rocky Mountain HIDA. Now, HIDA is a high-intensity drug enforcement area. We have 3 such in New Hampshire. And what they do is they do an annual report that documents the impact of the legalization of marijuana for medical and recreational use in Colorado. And this is very telling to me, and this is the advice I think as a state we should follow. It says, Colorado serves as an experimental lab for the nation to determine the impact of legalizing marijuana. This is an important opportunity to gather and examine meaningful data and identify trends. Citizens and policymakers nationwide may want to delay any decisions on this important issue until there's sufficient and accurate data to make informed decisions. We've already heard a lot of data sets from both sides. For instance, we heard that marijuana arrests are down in states that have legalized marijuana, but that would make sense because it's no longer illegal. So data can certainly be deceiving, and I think we should really take our time as a state to look at that. And what this report did is that it looked at impaired driving fatalities, youth marijuana use, adult marijuana use, emergency room admissions, marijuana-related exposure cases, and diversion of Colorado marijuana. And I'm not going to read this whole report, I just want to give you a few points from the executive summary. That marijuana-related traffic deaths when a driver was positive for marijuana more than doubled from 55 deaths in 2013 to 125 deaths in 2016. Marijuana-related traffic deaths increased 66% in the 4-year average from 2013 to 2016 since Colorado legalized recreational marijuana compared to the 4-year average prior to legalization. In 2009, Colorado-related traffic deaths involved drivers testing positive for marijuana, represented 9% of all traffic deaths. Since legalization by 2016, that number more than doubled to 21%. Youth marijuana use. Colorado youth past month marijuana use for 2014-15 was 55% higher than the national average, to 39% higher in 2011-2012. College age use from 2014-2015 was 61% higher than the national average. Emergency room visits. January to September 2015, there were 10,901 emergency room visits related to marijuana. That is up from 6,305 from 2011. Exposures, marijuana exposures are up. Treatment, over the last 10 years, the top 4 drugs involved in treatment admissions were alcohol, 13,551, marijuana, average 6,712, and meth, average 5,571, and heroin was 3,024. And diversion of Colorado marijuana, where the black market is involved. As far as arrests, in 2016, the Colorado Task Force completed 163 investigations of individuals or organizations involved in illegally selling Colorado marijuana both in and out of the state. They led to 252 felony arrests, 7,116, 3.5 tons of marijuana being seized, 47,108 marijuana plants being seized, 2,111 edibles, 232 pounds of concentrate, and they were destined for 29 different states where the sale would take place. So, I can go on and on with stats, but from my perspective, if we're considering what is best for New Hampshire, what can we do as a state, as public servants, as legislators, what can we do to protect our citizens? What we can do is make sure that this bill doesn't pass. There are too many questions out there. This really affects children. What will happen is it's going to divert the resources that we have now to having to offer more treatment, to having to deal with more people addicted, and as well as it's really going to negatively, adversely impact our youth. When you look at the increase of the number of youth that are going to start using marijuana, how many are going to start suffering from addiction.
Excuse me, you're running over the 3 minutes, but if you have a copy of your testimony with your statistics, it would be very helpful for us.
If I could just sum up really quickly.
Okay, yeah, we can wrap it up a little bit.
And I think one thing that we should really take a look at, the Governor's Commission on Alcohol and Other Drugs is legislatively created. The members are mandated who is to serve on there. The people on that commission, they come from all walks of different disciplines that involve the treatment, recovery, and prevention of addiction to alcohol and other drugs. Now, there are a task force that are involved with that commission. And those task forces are made up of the people that are actually on the street in the fight against addiction. They're the ones that are out there in the midst of the struggle that we're having as a state. And they voted overwhelmingly and not unanimously to oppose this bill. The task force and the commission as a whole. And I think those are the people that have been appointed and placed on there to look after those interests as far as addiction goes and what's best for our state, and I think that we should follow their recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'd like to call Oh Kyung.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair and Committee, for allowing me to speak. I really appreciate all the work that you folks do to preserve New Hampshire and making this a better state for the citizens. My name is Dr. Oh Kyung. I practiced obstetrics and gynecology for 35 years in Concord. I retired last year, but continue to teach Dartmouth medical students in their third year, which I've done all my career. I'm past president of the New Hampshire Medical Society, and I remain active on their general council representing New Hampshire obstetricians. Today I'm representing New Hampshire Medical Society, ACOG, which is American College of OBGYN, and myself in opposition to legalizing recreational marijuana in New Hampshire. consensus, a policy statement of the New Hampshire Medical Society. I'm a physician, and I really don't know much about marijuana. And the reason that is because very few people know very much, or nobody knows very much about the deleterious effects, the benefits, the risks, short and long term. We know that smoke marijuana is probably not good for your lungs. We have no idea what the effect of THC or CBD is on the GI tract. We haven't had enough experience. People bring alcohol and marijuana together for comparison. They're not comparable at all. We've had a long history of studying alcohol. We can measure its level in the body. We know that there are certainly deleterious effects. There are also some moderate benefits. I think many people here know that moderate intake of alcohol protects coronary artery vessel disease, decreases the risk of atherosclerosis. We do not know any of this about marijuana, and we can't even measure the level of THC or CBD in our bodies. I gave you another article, which is from the American College of OB/GYN, entitled Marijuana's Use in Pregnancy and with Breastfeeding. And the American College of OB/GYN has really come down in part against pregnant women using marijuana. They say in that article that there has been association with stillbirth, with intrauterine growth restriction, with preterm labor, and the admission rate to neonatal intensive care units is much higher in women who have been using marijuana during their pregnancy. I know there is a debate about the incidence of psychoses in young adults who've been exposed to marijuana under the age of 18. This goes back and forth, and I agree with the person who spoke on this issue, saying that we really can't tell whether there's a strong predisposition to psychoses in a younger person who might be more inclined to use marijuana, but that's a question. What we do know is that the brain continues to grow, at least up until the age of 25. I think the only thing I want to say is we don't know what the effect is of THC or CBD on a growing brain. There are animal and human models that suggest the evidence of marijuana on a baby in utero or a young mind can have deleterious effects. As I understand it, a large part of the incentive for other states to legalize recreational marijuana has been the idea that there be a windfall in state revenue. And to my knowledge, this hasn't been true. That regulatory costs have been a problem. When I was out in Oregon, I saw stores closing because they didn't have the clientele they thought they'd have. Apparently marijuana is cheaper on the street or from a friend. So that doesn't seem to hold up as it has. So just in summary, I'm willing to support legalizing recreational marijuana when somebody can show me that the benefit of recreational marijuana outweighs the risk, and can show me that with good science and epidemiologic data.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Questions?
Do you have any testimony you'd like to hand into the community?
Just what I...
Thank you. Julia Mejia?
Hi, thank you so much for letting me speak today. I know I'm gonna try to keep this really short and sweet. I just wanted to share my personal story. I was injured. I was a director of a nonprofit agency. I was injured by a client coming on 6 years. I was diagnosed with a very rare reaction to my injury. It's called reflex sympathetic dystrophy. It's a very difficult thing to treat. I was put on every opiate you can think of. I not only did it not help my pain in my injury, but it made it worse. I got sick from the opiates. And only when I went to visit my brother who had just moved to Colorado, where they have legal rec, was I able to try some products and find some stuff that worked for me, something that was natural, something that was not harmful, something non-synthetic and non-addictive. I was told by the physicians I would never walk again properly, that I should go apply for SSDI and call it a day. I have healed myself with the use of cannabis. I now teach all over the country and educate and do seminars about cannabis and hemp products. And I would please like you to consider having this as an option for the citizens of New Hampshire, because it's a healing property. This is an exit drug. I've known many people to have healed their cancer with full extract cannabis oil. It's a really sad thing today to see so much misinformation out there about this plant. It's a plant. And I really urge you guys to push this bill forward. I think you guys need it. I think the revenue would be astronomical. It would help. It would support the youth and the school systems and such. And the biggest thing I can say about youth and supporting youth, be responsible users with everything. Alcohol and tobacco. And, you know, that's detrimental to your health. It has zero medical benefit whatsoever. Cannabis has a lot to offer. And I urge you, please, to consider this bill and move it forward. Thank you so much. And live free and die is your motto. I think we need to get behind this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I have a card here from Anna Brown. And it does not say whether she supports or opposes the bill, but that she has written testimony.
I'll hand the handouts afterwards, just for expediency. So I didn't indicate if I'm for or against, because I'm from a nonprofit that does not take any position on the issues. So my name is Anna Brown. I'm here today representing Citizens Count. So we're a nonpartisan nonprofit, and we try to make it easier for citizens to get involved in their government. So it's great that we have this awesome hearing attendance day.
Excuse me, is your organization supporting or opposing the bill?
We don't, as an organization, we don't take a position.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So for citizens who have trouble coming to a hearing in the middle of the day, we try to inform them about big upcoming bills ahead of time and give them a chance to comment on our website or Facebook page, and then bring those comments to you here today. So on January 20th, we asked our community, do you support Rep. Brenny Cushing's bill to legalize and tax marijuana in New Hampshire? Using Facebook and website tools, we isolated responses from New Hampshire, and I'm presenting the comments as a form of citizen testimony. It's not supposed to be a scientific poll. Like I said, it's supposed to be a snapshot of opinions from people who can't come here. So a total of 313 New Hampshire residents participated in the discussion, and a large majority, over 2/3, do support this bill. So the packets include a copy of all the comments. I'm also happy to answer any questions, but I know you probably don't have any.
Thank you very much. I have a card here for Sue Sentner, but it does not give a position on the bill. 1 minute. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and distinguished members of the
criminal justice and public safety committees. I'm here today to read a letter to you. It's from a 17-year-old youth who participated in a restorative justice program with a coalition in New Hampshire called Communities for Alcohol and Drug Free Youth, also known as CADY. I do have the letter here for you, which I will pass out. So I'm pleased to read the letter, which is as follows. To honorable members of the New Hampshire Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. As a youth, when I was first exposed to marijuana, I was always told the same few things. It was harmless and just a plant that comes from the earth. I found that it was very easy to accept these facts, especially when many people you are around are involved with the drug. When marijuana was decriminalized, it made it seem even less harmless, and I feel that it made it much easier for young children to justify using. If marijuana is legalized, then it will make it seem completely harmless and like a normal thing to try. Even right now, when marijuana isn't recreationally legal, it is very easy to justify using. And if it was legal, then far fewer people would question it and the negative effects it can have. I feel that if marijuana is legalized, then people will think there's no reason not to use it, and after a while forget about the negative health effects. If no authority figures are saying that using marijuana is a bad idea, it will be seen in a completely different light, as if it has no downsides. If marijuana is legalized, it is evident that use will go up because the perception of risk will gradually go down. For these reasons, I do not think that New Hampshire should legalize marijuana. Thank you for your consideration and service to New Hampshire. And this young youth decided to remain anonymous, so I do not have his or her.
Thank you for your testimony. Can you give a copy of your testimony to the committee? Thank you. Forrest Rapier.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
How do I do with your name?
Really well. Yeah, my name is Forrest Rapier. I reside in Manchester. You'll have to forgive me, I just sprinted up the stairs. I just wanted to, I knew there would be a lot of people with a lot of numbers representing different organizations, and I wanted to give my personal experience living in these states that have legalized marijuana. So just as a citizen of New Hampshire. I moved to Colorado in 2014 after a vacation to the state. And when I got there on that vacation, I was really struck by how free it was, how vibrant and young and prosperous it seemed. It felt like there was infinite opportunity, an infinite job market. It was easy to get a job, easy to live. And everybody I spoke to told me that this was because of the legalization of marijuana, that they had moved there to work in that industry, that they had moved there because they wanted to be part of a society that didn't waste time and energy policing other people's behavior. I found that I felt really welcome there, that it was a really warm and energetic, young state. I took a job at a local rape crisis center, and it was very intense and traumatic work. And I found in talking to my coworkers and other people in other high-intensity jobs that rather than have a drink at the other end of the day, a really good way to have that instant relief, that instant psychological calming, relaxing feeling at the end of the day that would help you release the stress and the trauma that you had intaken in that line of work. Was just come home, sit down, smoke a bowl, and relax. And that kept you going for the next day. And you could be functional and contribute positively to society in that way. And I probably would have lived there forever, but I got offered a promotion and ended up moving out to the DC area, where I ran a nationally successful canvassing campaign. And again, living in DC, I saw this was a vibrant and young and prosperous economy. There were no shortage of jobs, and it was easy to get a job. And recently I moved out here to New Hampshire to be closer with my mom. And the first day I got out here, someone told me this phrase, the graying of New Hampshire. They mentioned that there was a problem, and I've heard this a lot since I moved, with attracting and retaining and keeping young people in the state. So I wanted to tell you, as a young person who moved out to Colorado because of the impacts that that industry had on the state, that's, I think, the number one thing that young people want to see, and it's not so much to do with the recreational aspect of it. It's that a society that doesn't police what people do in their free time, a society that chooses to live free or die, is a society that people want to be a part of. It's happier, it's healthier, it's economically more viable, and this is the number one way to attract and retain young people. These are the fastest growing, most youthful, and most economically prosperous states. And if you want to avoid the graying in New Hampshire that I keep hearing about it as a young person, I would say this is the number one thing to do. So I just wanted to share my personal experience living in two places that had this and now one that doesn't, and tell you that from that perspective, this seems like an obvious choice. Let's choose to be a free, open society and make the right choices. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call Bill Goodman. For 3 minutes.
Thank you for this opportunity to testify. Vice Chairman Rock. My name is Bill Goodman. I'm the Chief Medical Officer at Catholic Medical Center. I'm a physician, board certified in internal medicine, pulmonary medicine, and critical care medicine. During the next few minutes, I'll explain why I oppose House Bill 481 and why you should oppose it too. I have some notes, but I should keep myself less than 3 minutes. Although we're in Concord and in the State House, the question of whether or not to legalize recreational marijuana is not a political matter. Rather, it's an important bipartisan public safety issue, which requires that our decisions be evidence-based. You know, sitting through this afternoon, I'm going to try to avoid throwing around statistics, because I can see how they can be taken out of context, maybe emphasized in ways that might be misleading. So I would like to appeal to your common sense. What have you seen in New Hampshire? What are you going to permit? What are you going to promote? Along with the New Hampshire Medical Society, as well as the New Hampshire Division of the American Academy of Pediatrics, I believe that now is not the right time to add marijuana to fentanyl and other drugs currently wreaking havoc on our communities. Heroin is a natural product. It comes from opium. It's a natural product. It doesn't make it any safer than it is. We know that in states where recreational use of marijuana is available, the rate of use by children, adolescents, increases. We know that by just following emergency room statistics. There's an uptick in folks going to the emergency room for help. Poison lines are called more frequently in these states. Children get access to materials that they shouldn't get access to. And it's the harm to the youth that is particularly concerning to many of us, and it should concern all of us. We've heard about the
fact that the young brain is developing and susceptible to the harmful effects of THC. There's no doubt about that. And it likely explains why there's impaired learning and memory and attention in youth who use marijuana as during their school age years. What lessons should we learn from New Hampshire's experience with vaping? E-cigarettes cannot be legally sold to anyone under age 18, and it is illegal for a minor to possess an e-cigarette or a vape device. I don't need to tell you about the vaping problem we have now in New Hampshire. The empiric evidence gives us good reason to believe that despite HB 481's intentions, the increased access to recreational cannabis will make it nearly impossible to keep marijuana from more easily getting into the hands of our youth. You've heard earlier that access to marijuana and use by mothers who are pregnant leads to fetal growth restriction, preterm birth, which places these newborns at a disadvantage and in need of expensive intensive care unit care before they're sent home. Those expenses are often not calculated when one estimates the windfall that we're supposed to see when marijuana is legalized. It is controversial and unsettled whether or not marijuana is a gateway drug. It's unsettled. It's a question. Some studies suggest use of marijuana will lead to the development of other addictive behaviors, and some studies contradict that. We do know that about 9% of users will become addicted to marijuana. That is a possibility. They crave its use, and they suffer side effects and withdrawal symptoms when access is interrupted. And I can tell you from work in the hospital and from reviewing evidence-based reports, a large proportion of those who come in for complications of opioid misuse are also using marijuana. In other words, marijuana is not at all a solution for our opioid epidemic. Those are the plain facts, and you probably have done your due diligence and been to the CDC website and seen it for yourself. So in light of the terrible opioid epidemic here in New Hampshire, we must agree that it is not wise to increase access to cannabis, which might be a gateway drug. We might make things worse. We certainly can't expect it to get better because we introduce marijuana. We need more certainty, and we need sound evidence to help us make good decisions. We've heard about the association between use of marijuana by those who have a genetic predisposition to developing schizophrenia. It does bring it out sooner in their life and more likely to make it manifest. That's nothing that's in dispute. Just like the tobacco and vaping industries, if cannabis is legalized for recreational use in New Hampshire, we can expect to see a burgeoning marijuana industry enter our marketplace, so it too can profit from our misery. In Colorado and Washington, where legal cannabis markets exist, the black markets have not gone away. Instead, the criminals have just dropped the price of the black market marijuana. We've heard much discussion about alcohol and tobacco. The legal drugs, alcohol and tobacco, offer us a sobering perspective since they account for the greatest burden of disease associated with drugs. Not because they are necessarily more dangerous than illegal drugs, I'll give you that, but because their legal status allows for more widespread exposure.
Excuse me, sir, you've exceeded your 3 minutes. Could you wrap up, please?
Yes, I will. So we can expect with widespread legal access, we'll see more avoidable harm from recreational marijuana. Although our neighbors may have legalized recreational marijuana, we do not have to follow them. As is our tradition, New Hampshire can think for itself and do what is best for our citizens, and we should not support 481. I have some
Thank you so much.
other testimonials.
Do you have copies of the testimony?
Yeah, from about 20 physicians who also would like to share their opposition.
Thank you. I'd like to call Paul Morissette. Mr. Morissette, if you can try and confine your testimony to 3 minutes, everybody else can get a chance to speak.
I'm going to get the handout of most
Great.
testimonies that's going to apply. And what I handed out isn't what I got here. This is just my notes. Good afternoon, reps. My name is Paul Morissette, and I am a citizen of New Hampshire and represent a group of knowledgeable cannabis industry professionals, New Hampshire businessmen, and proponents of cannabis legalization. Our group attended and contributed to every meeting of the New Hampshire Cannabis Commission. Previously, we helped develop SB 338 that was sponsored by Senator Reagan and Senator French that supported growing cannabis on New Hampshire farms. We have extensive knowledge in this burgeoning industry and represent what the Cannabis Commission failed to study. That is how the legalization of adult use cannabis can create opportunity for New Hampshire businesses and New Hampshire citizens. To us, the legalization of cannabis is only half the equation, as proper commercialization can create limitless opportunity for business and jobs for citizens and economic growth for New Hampshire. We are here to support HB 481, and we are proud that several of our suggestions made it into HB 481. However, after careful review, we have identified 9 areas we think need changes or additions and submit to you our following list, which is what I give the representatives, the following list of recommended changes to HB 481, and we hope the committee members will take the time to consider all of these changes in their work session, which will be there also. These are not just colloquial suggestions and have been carefully considered by knowledgeable industry professionals in an attempt to create opportunity for New Hampshire and New Hampshire citizens. Some of the important areas we suggest changes are cultivation of cannabis on New Hampshire farms, not currently in the bill, licensing only of New Hampshire citizens, mandating using solar and renewable energy as our electrical grid won't have an adequate capacity for the cultivation that's coming, taxing cannabis fairly and returning taxes directly to municipalities who host licensed business, and lastly, allowing all cannabis businesses and employees equality of opportunity, and several other things in the bill which I won't mention. We spelled out reasoning and carefully considered language for everyone to consider in our handout, along with an important article on electrical usage in cannabis production, and an example how current proposed taxation in HB 481 is not an area we can currently support. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Do you have a copy of your testimony? That's fine. I'd like to call Jay Cook. Two minutes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, is it Jay?
Jay. Hello everyone, I'm from Boston, Massachusetts, in the process of opening a recreational dispensary in Roxbury. So the first thing I want to say is I definitely do support this. I think there are some edits that need to be made. I think you should speak to the consumers. I need to have that meeting tomorrow and listen to what it is that they have to say when you make the edits, but in definitely full support. So the first thing I wanted to comment is I heard someone say that you have immigrants and there was a Latin community that was, excuse me, in fear of cannabis. And that's because mainly of the war on drugs. So you have people of color like myself, Latins as well, who were over criminalized, jailed, killed, raids, and so that is their reason to be afraid of cannabis. With everyone that came up and spoke that was against it, whether it was the police or the doctors, no one made any comments about the fact that medical marijuana is already legal here, and there's no negative effects. You don't have an increase in arrests, you don't have an increase in drug use, you don't have an increase of youth using drugs, and so you already have your evidence right here. Medical marijuana has been legal for a few years currently in New Hampshire, and no one has come up and given any facts about any negativity that they've seen thus far. So why, at this point, would you not, think about the decision instead is, do you all have rights, or do doctors have rights to tell someone that they shouldn't be able to use marijuana recreationally when medically it is absolutely beneficial to them, as you've seen so far? And that's all.
Thank you for your testimony. I'd like to call Representative Jerry Knurk. I should know how to pronounce your name. Could you say it for me?
That's okay. Yes, I'm Representative Jerry Knurk. Actually pronounce them all. And I represent Carroll County District 3, Madison, Tamworth, Albany, and Freedom. Sorry you're not able to be here earlier because I was in our committee working on things. First of all, I do recognize the medical risks that were mentioned by Dr. Young and by one of the other previous speakers. And these are real. I don't like when somebody says, oh, there's natural, there's no risk. Everything we have has risks. All medications, all drugs have risks. And you certainly have to be careful during pregnancy. Oh, I should also mention, besides being a representative, I'm also a retired physician. What we do with alcohol in pregnancy, we counsel women to abstain or markedly decrease, preferably abstain from alcohol, even from tobacco during pregnancy. We don't make it illegal. We did that about 100 years ago with alcohol, and it didn't work out all that terribly well. Now the thing is that we know that there are risks to marijuana, but it certainly has a great deal less toxicity profile than alcohol. And I can vividly remember taking care of patients with end-stage liver disease, secondary to alcoholism. You just don't see that with cannabis use. Alcohol is much more troubling, yet we leave it to be legal. I think, though, again, we have to be very careful. This is not something to do in a lighthearted fashion. We do have to protect our children. We have to make sure there's good education about not overusing it, not using it during pregnancy. The advantage of this kind of a bill with a highly regulated legalization is the ability to ensure a quality and a purity to the product, as opposed to what you buy on the street, including even knowing what the THC level is. You go to your local bar and you think you might have a drink, and you look and you see that the alcohol content is 9.8. You might think of only having one or having maybe a small one, because that's a little different than the other beer, which is at 4.2. With the THC content label, you know what you're going to get, so you can be cautious if you have to be able to do something that requires a little bit more high cognitive functioning. Personally, I would prefer to see this bill actually be a bill that would put in a complete, highly regulated, vertically integrated system, totally controlled by the state without commercialization. I think we do not need to have marketing and advertising to encourage more use. I still see this primarily as a social justice and criminal justice issue, and I think it's time we could demonizing cannabis above other medications, or sorry, not medications, drugs such as alcohol or even tobacco, which are much more harmful. I'll take questions if people wish to do so.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is John DeJoy here? No. Took no position. I'd like to call Ed Prive.
Hi, Ed Prive from Franklin, New Hampshire.
Yay!
Our schools are in dire straits. I don't know if this is on, but that's okay because I got a lot of voice anyways. Thank you, committee, for sitting by and not falling asleep on us. You've had a long day. I volunteer for the Franklin area grad Franklin Mary's Grove Education. I also volunteer for the Maryland Juvenile Project. And I'll tell you what I see coming from me is not pretty. We're talking about protecting our youth, then let's do it. Let's not wither about it. Protect it. Plain and simple. It's not rocket science. You protect them. That's it. We've heard testimony. When a 10-year-old comes in front of me and his brain is already gone because I've seen it in his eyes, he has no idea what he's going to do. That's an adult there that's involved in his life that wasn't a responsible adult. You talk about taxation. This is a form of greed where a large corporation that does not have any concern about New Hampshire, live free or die, is going to take a whole new meaning. And I mean a whole new meaning. You may not believe me, you disagree with me, you don't like me, so be it. I'm an adult. I made a decision not to drink, not to smoke. I don't want to use marijuana. Never have, never will. But that's my choice as an adult. We're all adults in this room. You made the choice to use the drug, so be it. You make the choice to use the drug and get behind the wheel, and it's been testimony, and you kill somebody, that's one life too many. We already have an use of alcohol, cigarettes, and vaping. We can't even regulate that. And we need to take care of that first before you venture into this storm because there's not enough regulation, and we're a state of New Hampshire. We hate regulation. We don't want to be told what to do. But this part, we better be paying attention. Because if we don't pay attention to this, folks, shame on us. Because remember those young people? There's a couple in the front, a couple to the left. They all made testimony. They were all against it. So what I'm trying to say to you is right now, as an adult, if we don't protect our youth, shame on us. Because you folks are going to be sitting up there someday talking to us, and you're not going to forgive us for the mistakes that we've made. And we made plenty. I, as a father, I have a young grandchild who's doing 3 to 5 in Merrimack County Jail because he didn't pay attention. He didn't pay attention. And he had every opportunity in front of him. And he chose to go down that road. Now, I don't know, a lot of you have left. And if you forget what I said, so be it. But I'm up here on conviction because I see the young people in front of me when they come in front of me and I'm trying to talk to them. And they can't understand what I'm saying because their brain is already permanently damaged. Gone. And that young person has to go out into the world and try to do something with their life and be productive. An adult wants to pick it up and do it, so be it. I got no problems with somebody going in their own backyard and doing it in their own home. What you do in your home is none of my business. But when you come out into the public and you get behind the wheel, or you go into a place that has a mandatory drug test. I live in Franklin. Watts can't find qualified people enough to pass the drug test because you're in a machine shop. You got to have your act together when you're pushing that button. I also drove commercially for 20 years, tractor trailer. I had a mandatory drug test because of the license that I had in front of me said I had to. It was a must. Now that's because of my choice. And I don't want to. See, my youth, my grandchildren, have to listen and see the ugly that I've seen. I was in the Marine Corps in '69, and I was over in a country that the stuff grew like trees. And the epidemic then was redness. We didn't know what to do then, and we don't know what to do now. They're all talking about making it legal, commercializing. We're a state that don't like regulations. We fight it. But yet we're going to have to do something if we want to protect our youth. Again, an adult wants to do it, I have no problem with that. That's their choice. And that's enough time for me, right?
Yes.
Thank you, young lady.
Thank you for your passionate testimony.
Well, hold on.
Rick Naya? Try and keep that to 3 minutes.
I'll try.
Thank you.
We've heard a lot of thank you, Commissioner. My name is Rick Naya. I'm a cannabis activist here in the state of New Hampshire. One of our first car holders in the state, and I helped drive with a number of different people in the body here, the legislature as well as citizens, our medical program, our DPRIM, and now HB 41. I heard a lot of testimony today from professionals who were not qualified to even be using some of the words in the report, let alone the data that they were using was antiquated and old. How do I know? Because I'm one of your primary state's advocate, and I read and write a lot of this information myself. So for the doctors that please wish if you're going to come and speak on behalf of cannabis in a negative manner, please do it in an educated way. Use data and science is accurate and up to date. Now let's get forward with what's happening in the nation right now and in the world. WHO is the World Health Organization held back a report for about 7 weeks. The report just came out. They want cannabis rescheduled not who the money's coming from, or the federal government that supports groups that speak negatively about cannabis. I don't mind supporting the police and educating them. Their voice should be heard by people like ourselves who write the laws and rules that they follow, not to develop them and change them and make a mockery of minorities like myself. We talk about minorities, we talk about cannabis, we talk about industry, we talk about all sorts of things today. But I think one thing we truly forgot to speak about today is an adult's voice be heard. We spent the better part of 10 years bringing the education of the data to the state of New Hampshire. We've educated every single department, many of you who've been on these committees and boards, as we move forward together. Many times unacceptable to me because the data that you were trying to understand, again, was either indoctrinated beliefs or not researching data that was vital to help New Hampshire move forward. Quite frankly, a little embarrassed at some of my constituents, some of the legislators we work with, and how much time we have invested to educate you, to bring you in line with the nation. We heard a gentleman speak about only 8 states. What about the other 31 we're vying for legalization right now? Much of the data and information that you hear today is shared amongst industries that are trying to control certain things. But they can't control the liberty, and they can't tread upon the liberty of an individual. Last year, we were up to 68% of the state citizens that wanted cannabis legalized. We're up to 74. When do we stop to understand that there aren't a lot of people out there that might be educated in this field, as some of us are, but when are we going to listen to people like us? 10 years ago, I mentioned that we're having an opiate problem in the state, and we needed to start curbing this somehow. And I think we all realize where our heroin and our opiate problem began, within our medical community. I saw this in the field firsthand, in the trenches with the people that were dying. I got to experience it, watching them die. And I'd come to the legislature begging, please, let's curb this, stop over-prescribing. Don't pull the rug out, though. What did they do? They pulled the rug out, and it forced everybody to run for heroin and cheap opiates, causing a pandemic, causing this problem that we're faced with. Now, we've heard today several times that the opiate crisis is starting to wane, and it is. They just don't want to speak about it in that manner because that's where their revenue comes from. But not our lives. I speak on behalf of citizens of the state of New Hampshire.
Excuse me, sir, could you wrap up your testimony?
Well, what I'd like to say is we've been here long enough. It's time for New Hampshire to move forward with a legal plan. I do appreciate the level of work that was put into this bill, but there's a number of things that need to be addressed, and I'd like to do that on Wednesday with you and discuss a little bit more about the plans that some of my colleagues and I have written in hopes that will help balance out some of the insecurities that the bill has at the moment, so that when we do move forward,
sir,
we do it properly.
Sir, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you. Carol Bowden? She had to... Do you have written copies? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Ryan Paris? Ryan Paris is left. Pete Hansen, 2 minutes. He had to leave. Lisa Powers? We're 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello. Oh. Hi, my name is Lisa Powers. I'm a registered nurse. I'm a cannabis caregiver and a cannabis nurse. I belong to several organizations. that are affiliated with cannabis nursing, and it is a thing. We have seen many times where this plant medication has helped so many people that there are not enough harms to warrant not moving forward with this bill. So I want to take those fears away, and I am for the bill. Of course, I know we need to do some work to clean it up a bit, and this is not about youth using the product unless they have a medical need, of course. I just want to bring something up about banking at the dispensary where my adult son shops for his medication for epilepsy. There is an ATM, and they charge $2.50 for withdrawals, so the bank is in there. And Rick mentioned the World Health Organization. I'm going to leave a handout of the letter they wrote of the recommendation to down-classify cannabis and its products. They have come to an agreement that it's not as harmful as we've been led to believe. So I'll leave that up there. And as far as youth, it sounds like our youth have a really big problem, and they're able to get drugs and cannabis at every street corner. I think we need to stop that, and we need to hit the black market and have our own markets to keep the youth out of it. You can't just walk into these stores and buy a gummy bear. You have to show ID, sometimes twice with the security. I've been to Colorado, I've visited, I've seen these things and trying to learn how they all work. And this all started because my son needs cannabis basically to keep him viable and alive because his epilepsy is untreatable. He's lost 40 pounds and he looks fantastic, by the way. I'm very proud. I didn't even know anything about CBD or all this medical cannabis until about 3 years ago, because in nursing and the medical field, we don't talk about it, but I know so much about it now, it's a no-brainer. We have an endocannabinoid system, it's a lock and key. Cannabis knows where to go right when you put it in. So for all of you with arthritis, Parkinson's, cancer, epilepsy, anxiety, PTSD, and I can go on and on, it will help you, and you do not have to smoke it. And don't forget, Medicaid and Medicare did a regression research study, and they have shown billions of dosage reductions of opiates and other harmful pharmaceuticals where cannabis laws were lax and made legal. That's all.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call Yvonne Meisner. Please try to keep your testimony to 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to try to really go fast because I know that a lot of these facts have already been stated. I just have a little bit, I want to clear something up here. I'm not against the use of cannabis. I believe cannabis has a lot of medicinal great effects and great in the medical industry. It's the THC that I worry about.
Excuse me, could you speak a little bit closer to the mic? We can't understand you.
I'm sorry, how's this?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Yvonne Meisner from Effingham, New Hampshire. What I said was cannabis, I believe, does have, I'm not a medical person, a lot of medical, it seems to look promising for so many ailments. That's not the issue here. The issue here is kind of what I'm going to refer to Karen Randall from Pebble, Colorado, who is an ER nurse and has been seeing this. And she put a video out what they're not saying about cannabis. And what we're dealing with here is the same thing that that gentleman that we spoke, Woodstock joints are 1.3 milligrams of THC, and currently in the joints in Colorado are 18 to 20 milligrams. Okay, so you see them much higher, you see that the effects are going to be a little bit more. Of course, the dab and the wax up to 90% THC, which is 100 to 200 milligrams of THC. This is what I'm talking about. So we got a couple of different animals going on here. So when you have all of that, okay, then you have so many issues that are very different, like the short-term effects. The short-term effects, we all know, impaired short memory, impaired motor skills, altered judgment. I mean, we see that. I don't think you have to be a doctor when somebody's high and they cannot coordinate themselves. We understand that. High doses, possibly paranoia and psychosis. I mean, we've seen some of this. Nobody needs to debate that. The long term of the addiction can go further, alter brain development, poor education outcome, with increased likelihood of dropping out of school, cognitive impairment, lower IQ, diminished life satisfaction, achievement. We all see these. That's not even the argument. The point that I made is that when we look at places like Colorado, right here says, you know, supporters of the new this new law claimed that it would make things easier for police and save at least $12 million in taxpayer dollars on reduced law enforcement costs. Agencies across the state argue that that has not been the case. The legislature to enact the new laws has been vague. The consequently difficult to enforce and unforeseen problems have arisen. And there's a 92-page PDF that I did not print out, nor will I read, about all of that with law enforcement. California, I'll just go with the titles, revenue has decreased. Alaska, their revenue has dropped from after 6 months up for the taxes owed. And the government of Alaska said the effects of marijuana use can be different for everyone. Common effects include slow reaction, dizziness, trouble thinking, learning, remembering, confusion, anxiety. So we all get that. So the government put that out. State of Massachusetts has an article, Do You Want Pot Store in Your Neighborhood, and how the effects of that have come. Maine issues were, they've had 16 calls last year for the accidental marijuana ingestion by children under 6 years of age, and there was only 2 the year before. Oregon has a health teacher. She has about fellow teachers who tell the Times that kids come to school high and she cannot have a conversation with them. In Vermont shows that the national data shows that more Vermonters ages 12 and up are using marijuana compared to the country overall. The number of Vermonters who try marijuana for the first time, 12 to 17, is also higher in our state than in the country overall. These are their stats. I don't need to go over the stats that Colorado has that spends approximately for every dollar earned on tax revenue, $4.50 to mitigate the effects of this legislation, which is increased. What are the effects? Increased accidental poisoning, traffic fatalities, court costs for the impaired drivers, and unemployment and all that other stuff.
Excuse me, could you wrap up your testimony, please?
Yes, I am.
We have several more people who'd like to speak, and it's late in the day. Thank you.
Yes, I just want to say that I believe it's a gateway because I have a son who has used marijuana. He's a heroin addict, and we've been on this journey for 12 years. I just believe that this is not a good thing to open up to us as decriminalization might be something, but legalization, when we look at the models out there, I don't think they work. And when we're talking about cannabis for medical reasons, I believe that's a whole nother ball of wax, and that could be a positive thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Daniel Schmidt. You have 5 minutes here, but if you try to keep it to 3, we'd appreciate it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Chairperson. For people that don't smoke weed, you seem to have a very hard time keeping your time together to 3 minutes, but I will do my best to stay within that. First things first, I say that I'm for it, but that's not so much a personal stance. I mean, I can get it and smoke it whenever I want without consequence, so I don't really need it for myself. I'm more for it just for the sake of, the good for the rest of the state of New Hampshire, both from the government perspective and the people that are in different positions where they don't have as much access and freedom to do whatever they want. First things first, I want to put into perspective, there's a lot of people that said that they're uncertain about the safety of using cannabis, and that's why they don't want to legalize it. But I just want to remind everybody of what Article 3 of the New Hampshire State Constitution is. It's that when people enter into society, they sacrifice freedoms for the benefit of that society, and without those benefits, being kind of paired up with whatever they're sacrificing, the sacrifice is void. That means that you need to be absolutely certain that marijuana is harmful to society for an individual to use it to make it illegal and tell people that they can. So if you're uncertain about whether or not marijuana is good for people, then it should be legal because you don't have the certainty needed to remove the freedom of somebody else to do whatever they like. That's kind of point number one. A bunch of other notes just based on what other people have said. The relation to alcohol is that the government is telling us how and when we can consume it. That's what makes it related to alcohol. Nothing else really. It's just if you're going to have a different substance that people are taking for recreation and you're going to tell them how they can use that and tell us that we can use cannabis differently, then that's what makes it somewhat related. That's why people are talking about it. Everybody's talking about the effect on the kids. The number one thing that you can do to make sure that kids stay off of drugs is to give them education and opportunity. That's what this bill has. It has, I believe, 6 or 7% of all revenue generated going specifically to educating kids on the prevention of drug use. Like that's all in there. It's going to make that education more prevalent, not less prevalent. and that's what's going to get people to stop using drugs, because I've been smoking since I've been 14, and literally nobody that I know that wanted to smoke couldn't find it. So, I mean, if you're not doing anything to stop the problem now, legalization isn't going to do anything to change that. Kind of a moot point. As far as dabs go, really impressed that Representative Brahmi both busted out shatter and dabs as terminology. Very impressive. But the point of it being a higher concentrate, it is a higher concentrate, but you're doing less than 0.1 of a gram when you're doing it. The effective THC that you're consuming is roughly about the same as if you're smoking any other kind of cannabis, and you are doing it in a way that you're not smoking and consuming things that you don't need to do in order to get that high. So in a certain sense, it can be safer if you're being, you're regulating yourself. The reason people have brought up the gateway drug, my point on that is it's a gateway drug because you're telling people that it's bad and that it should be illegal, and once they try it, they see that it really has no consequences for most people. You get high, once you're not high, you're okay. And for me, the gateway drug aspect of it for me was seeing that and seeing how much I felt like I had been lied to by parents, teachers, and everybody else. I was like, okay, what else can I try and be okay from? And that got me into some trouble. Definitely not the way to be thinking. It's more appropriate to be honest about how substances are actually going to affect people than just fear-mongering and losing that trust that you have with people. Realize that I'm...
Thank you for your testimony. Can you wrap it up?
Yeah, absolutely. As far as people being against some specific aspects of the bill, you can amend it and correct whatever small things might be wrong with it. Overwhelmingly, it's time for people to legalize marijuana in New Hampshire. We can make this bill work if we really put our minds to it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do you have anything to submit? No. The next person I have is Honorable Richard Logswell. You have written down here that you need to speak for 8 minutes, and I would like you to cut that down to 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. As a former representative from Carroll County District 5, it was nice for me to see my seat over there. It was not taken today, but I like to see Representative Fields was here when I was here, and Representative Caddy was here. That was a long time ago, but nice to see you folks again. Since I left here, I went and I became licensed as a master drug and alcohol counselor, so I speak today from that perspective and from my experience as a drug and alcohol counselor. I am associated with other organizations, but I'm here representing myself today. I definitely oppose this bill. Just because you make it legal for adolescents doesn't mean it's unavailable. If you legalize marijuana, adolescents will find it easier. 80% of our high school students already have tried marijuana, maybe higher. Legal marijuana is denial and enjoyment. Please see the attack spec scans that I've shown you. The spec scans I'll talk about in just a minute, but they are photographs. What we're going to do now is talk a little bit about the science of marijuana, and so far I've not heard anyone talk about what I'm going to talk about. What I did is I went through and I looked through peer-reviewed documents that talk about how marijuana affects the body. First of all, it changes the hippocampus and affects our ability to form fresh memories. And it alters our process of information so that our judgment skills are off. It affects our balance and coordination. We've heard several people talk about how it affects infants in the womb. Babies of mothers who use marijuana while pregnant may develop memory and concentration problems. We've heard that from several others today. So another study, teens who were heavily users of marijuana and smoked it daily for 3 years had abnormally shaped hippocampus and performed poorly on long-term memory tasks. The hippocampus is important in our long-term memory formation. The brain abnormalities brain abnormalities and memory problems observed in these individuals in early 20s were observed in these individuals in their early 20s 2 years after they stopped using marijuana. Some of the dark side of it is that marijuana causes panic attacks and nausea. It also helps some people, in some cases, prevent nausea, but it can cause nausea themselves. Smoking weed can cause panic attacks and impaired coordination, movement, and nausea. Recent studies have shown that critical, especially in adolescents, because they are more prone to be dependent than adults. And I have a personal experience in this regard. I had a client who came in who was smoking a lot of marijuana one day. He was having delusions and he was having paranoia as a result of his marijuana smoking. We asked him to simply cut back on his marijuana smoking down to maybe a joint a day. He did that, and the delusions and the paranoia stopped. So it clearly does cause paranoia in individuals. The adolescent brain is particularly sensitive to substance use, memory, social stress, drug use. The drug use for these individuals, it affects their brains, and we don't know how long that's going to affect them. But we do know that when we see smaller, different sized hippocampus in individuals who have used marijuana for a long period of time, we wonder what are the long-range effects on them when they become adults. The last thing I want to talk about is a report by Molesky, from New Jersey. This is a peer-reviewed document that was presented at the American Counseling Association. And her document if you want to look it up, about what's going on in there, what every counselor needs to know about the adolescent brain, she talks about marijuana in this way. She says marijuana mimics the neurotransmitters dopamine. The similarity fools the receptors and allows the drugs to lock on and activate the nerve cells. THC mimics brain chemicals. It doesn't activate the nerve cells in the same way as a natural neurotransmitter. This ultimately leads to abnormal messages being transmitted through the brain. So what happens to these individuals? She gives several examples. An individual, marijuana adolescent, who used marijuana steadily, 10 joints a week for 3 years, showed abnormally lower baseline and cerebral blood flow.
Excuse me, sir. Could you wrap your testimony up? We have several more people who want to speak.
So I want you to look at those two diagrams that I had there. And this is the photograph that you see in your guide. And if you notice in the upper top frontal lobe area...
I'm sorry, sir. Could you wrap your testimony up? If you'd like to leave that with the committee, we'll put it in the chart.
I will.
Thank you.
So this frontal lobe area is the part of the brain that loses neural activity and loses blood flow. And it's what causes in adolescence something called amotivational syndrome, which means you get up and go, got up and went.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Could you end your testimony now?
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. If you look at the testimony, I only skipped over a lot of it. But if you look at the spec scans that are there, you can see how marijuana...
It will all be put in the file and people will see. Do you have anything else to submit? No? Representative James Webb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. I won't be very long. In my time sitting back there, I made a few notes.
Before you go on, I want to tell you, I think we lost your card because I didn't see it originally.
I'll do it now.
He did one for you, thanks.
Okay, so in the time I've been sitting back there listening, I found a few things that need to be addressed. One thing is that this drug that everybody's afraid of is going to be here anyway. It's going to be in every state that touches us. We just heard testimony that 80% of the kids are taking it. Well, if they're already taking it, it's illegal. This isn't going to change anything. Maybe this will be able to get them some help or something, or guidance. Second of all, I've heard a thing about incarceration. Rockingham County, a perfect example. Our incarceration rate at the county jail went down by 100 inmates by lowering the actual, by doing the decriminalization of marijuana. So now those police officers and those places will be more available for criminals that are committing crimes instead of just marijuana crimes. We hear lots of things about studies. There really aren't very many studies here because it's federally illegal. So they don't do studies on marijuana. So you can hear studies, but they're not official studies because marijuana is illegal federally. So they're not getting any grants from the government to do them. We also have the opiate problem. Everybody's trying to associate marijuana to the opiates. I don't really think that's true. From what I understand, people are using less opiates when they went over to the marijuana, not more opiates. So it's actually contributing to less opiates. From what I understand, the states that have legalized it, the use has gone down in younger kids, not up. So there's a lot of things out there that we don't know, that we're not sure of, but the way I look at it is, this is New Hampshire, it's live free or die. And live free or die to me means that we govern ourselves and we just defend our liberty. So, and thank you so much for your time, and I won't take any more of this.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Anita Stanley Smith. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much for having me here today. I'll try and stand up on my tippy toes. My name is Annika Stanley Smith. I'm a substance misuse and prevention specialist, and I work in the Capital Area Public Health Network, which is Concord and the 23 surrounding towns. I have written testimony, so I'll provide that, and I won't read it for you, but I just want to touch on a few points. Someone mentioned that it's parents' jobs to reduce substance use, and that's not true. I can tell you, working in this field, it's an evidence-based field, and it's the whole community's job to reduce substance use, and that's true for marijuana. And this bill does not provide enough funding in order to do that accurately. And someone also mentioned that there's no increase in marijuana use after the therapeutic legalization here in New Hampshire, and while there wasn't a statistically significant increase in marijuana use, there was statistically significant decreases in all other drug use except for marijuana. So while prevention has been working in New Hampshire, we've seen decreases in other drug use, but we haven't seen it in marijuana because of therapeutic potentially, because of the lack of risk of harm potentially, and because of the access. Also, I want to speak to access. When we have a spring in a dam, if our dam is leaking, we don't blow up the whole dam and drown all the villagers. We fix the hole, the leak in the dam. We don't add more water to the problem. And legalizing marijuana would add more water to the problem. And the way the bill is written now, it is it's not nuanced enough in order to do this well. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Heather Brown? Is Heather Brown here?
Sorry about that.
If you would confine your testimony to 3 minutes, we'd be appreciative. Thank you.
I am so sorry that you guys have had to sit here this entire day.
I'm sorry.
If I had brought enough pairs of waders, I would have gladly shared them with you. But anyway, I just would like to make, first off, my name is Heather Marie Brown. I am a resident of Center Barnstead, New Hampshire. I am a mother of 3 beautiful children. And none of them are drug users. None of them are cannabis users. In fact, they are all honor students and doing extremely well in school. Well, my 6-year-old, he's not an honor student yet, but he's heading that way. I would also like to point out, just out listening to a couple of things, I heard these young children up here speaking about dabs and doing dabs in the school bus, that requires a torch and a rig. So if somebody is sneaking a torch and a rig on a school bus, then you guys need to hire some new bus drivers, okay? Because that's ridiculous. The other thing I wanted to bring up is a lot of times I see the Police Chiefs Association stand up against this. A lot of times I see specific doctors stand up against this. And really, in all honesty, it's because there's going to be a loss of revenue for them. Once cannabis is legalized, and that will come, whether you do it now or 6 months from now, those entities are going to lose out on funding. The police departments make extra money every time they can bring someone into the court system unnecessarily for a cannabis arrest, which still can happen in this day and age, even with decrim. Medical doctors, well, you can't really make a whole heck of a lot of money if people are healthy. And cannabis helps so many different ailments that it's not even funny. So therefore, if you're healthier, you don't have to go to the doctor more, so therefore the doctor's not going to make as much money off of you, and there's really going to not really be that much need. Also, I'd like to point out that out of the hundreds of medical schools across the United States of America, only approximately 5 of those medical schools teach you about the endocannabinoid system. So that means the rest of them, which are probably where the majority of the doctors against this bill went to school, don't teach about that. So they don't understand the health benefits behind it. I think that to listen to them, you know, you hear so much negative connotation around people that use cannabis and so forth, and, you know, like we're trying to strong-arm you into anything. Not a single person for this bill has stood up here and said, we want to bully you in any way, shape, or form. But every person against this bill has stood up here and tried to play off of your fears, especially the fears of hurting our children. Kind of like throwing them really sad puppy dogs on TV that make you cry with the sad music and everything. That's basically what's happening. It's not fair, okay? You know, we've had some people that are against this bill that stood up here and brought up the fact, oh, you guys don't like regulations, you guys don't like regulations. Well, I don't know what state they reside in, but New Hampshire has a whole hell of a lot of regulations, sometimes too many so that you can't even breathe enough.
I'm sorry, could you speak to the bill about to race relations? Thank you.
I am. But, you know, I support this bill, but there are changes that do need to be made to it. This was a good attempt and a good start. And I foresee that it has very good capabilities. I think that all of you have an opportunity to do the right thing, to do the thing that you were elected into office to do, which is to support the residents and community members of the state of New Hampshire, whereas 74% of them are in support of legalization of cannabis. I also would like to point out that, just one other thing, I have been using cannabis since the age of 16. My IQ is 265. That has been tested. That was tested several times after the age of 16, after several years on medical cannabis. I have sat on a special education committee that was put together by the former President of the United States. I have been honored by the Governor's office on 2 different occasions. I have held a seat on the Community Action Program Board of Directors for the Belknap-Merrimack County Community Action.
Excuse me, I would ask you to tie up your testimony.
Part of this bill and part of everything that's been said is that cannabis affects the type of person that you turn out to be. I did not turn out to be a bad and horrible person. It was cannabis that allowed me to move forward. I would like to see the citizens of New Hampshire have that opportunity as well and see these regulations and these laws changed to amend that. Plus, also remind you, cannabis is legal in Washington,
Thank you for your testimony. We'd like to
Thank
move
you.
on.
I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. David Provan.
Again, my name is David Provan, and I'm speaking in opposition to Bill HB 481. I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail. Everybody's kind of tired here. I see that. And but one of the things that I did want to say is that there are a lot of studies that are there, and they are peer-reviewed studies. Some of them older, some of them newer. And I have examples of some of those as well. You will see in the first document that I passed around is a couple paragraphs about a documentary that I saw that was on called An Appalachian Dawn, and it's about Manchester, Kentucky. And in that community, they were losing about one young adult per week, and that's where a crisis occurred. And at that point of the crisis, the community stood up and said enough. And what they did was, I got so intrigued by it, I went down to talk to the leader of that place. That occurred back in the late 2000s, and I wanted to see, what is the transformation that's gone on? What is that? Because it was a major, major transformation. And they had 3,000 arrests that occurred, and one of them was the mayor, the other one was the assistant police chief. They had, this was a small little tiny community that was in Clay County, Kentucky. And Clay County is about 20,000, that's where it was all coming from. But their drug dealers left. People went, there's some recovery centers worked out, that kind of thing. But what I did want to give you is several studies. And in those studies were produced by, one was the Drugs of Abuse, which is a DEA resource guide dated 2017, so it's not old stuff. And in that thing, it talks about that marijuana is a Schedule I substance under control. It's under the Controlled Substance Act, meaning that it is high potential for abuse. And it also talks about that there's no currently accepted medical use in treatment, although we've heard other things. I'm sure other people have stated this. I've heard others that have said that it's helped them. So those things are there. I'm going to make these studies available to you. I have also dangers and consequences of marijuana use, again by the U.S. Department of Justice. It's a compilation of all kinds of studies in it. And it's up to you to, here's the that is data across the continuum from the Winnipesaukee region, dated 2015. It's a lot of New Hampshire, data, that kind of thing. One of the things that I heard today that I saw when I went online just before I left was 14 elementary students ages 5 to 9 were sickened by marijuana gummy bears. This occurred in Cleveland, and the police said, and there was an article, and I'll provide that to you. One of the things would be, I just want to leave you on some questions. And these questions are, we've heard a lot of conflicting stuff today, a lot of conflicting details. And one of the things that was there is, with those unknowns, does that mean that we should take that step to legalize? With those unknowns, should we be doing that? So that is something to think about. And I just put that in. Fear, is it? I don't know what that's called, fear. All I'm saying, that's a question that needs to be answered. Number two, I think is, and this is the one of the bigger ones, I think, is why do people want to get high in the first place? Why do they want to do that? If you put your finger on that one, you'll solve a lot of all the things we were just talking about. And we then could get into the live freer guide and everybody do what they want. So that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Do you have testimony to submit to the committee? Oh, you do? Okay, thank you very much. Louis A. from Holderness. Lewis from Holderness. Please try and keep your remarks to 3 minutes. What is your last name?
Buddy.
M-U-T-T-Y?
M-U-T-T-Y, yes.
Thank you.
Wow. That's all I have to say, really. I think the world's flat again. Because the amount of misinformation here is just baffling to me. But this is a people's problem, a people's issue. So what I want to do is I want to direct my notes to the people of this great state and ask them questions. And everybody here, if you have a parent, a loved one, a child, someone in your life that you know has suffered from pain, raise your hand. Nausea, muscle spasms, glaucoma, epilepsy, Crohn's disease, and cancer. And I'm asking you guys too, please raise your hands. And if you're not raising your hand right now, you're just blatantly lying, and I'm sorry. But what this comes down to is the fact that all these people in this room that have their hands up can be affected in a positive way by a plant that we call cannabis. Now the truth of the matter is the problem begins with education. I'm opening my own cannabis business in Massachusetts. I was born in Nashua, I was raised in Londonderry. I got the hell out of here. I'm living in Massachusetts because I have the freedom to do what I want. I don't live free in New Hampshire anymore, but I live free in Massachusetts. And I'm starting my own cannabis business to help educate people that are misinformed about what's going on. And the truth of the matter is that this plant heals. My 84-year-old grandmother called me on Friday. She had blockage, she had new cancer that was developed in her stomach. The doctors told her that she needed a colostomy bag and she needed surgery that she might not live from. You know what I told them? I told them to go screw. I sent her a cannabis medication that I made in my kitchen. 24 hours later, she took the biggest dump of her life. Right? And that solved her problem. This bill, not one person in this whole place all day long mentioned the hemp side of this. The hemp side of this bill will rejuvenate the farmers that live here in this great state. My father-in-law owns 200 acres. His best friend owns 400 acres. We're talking about acres and acres and acres of hemp that can be grown in this state to produce tax revenue, to produce medicine for people, and to benefit the state, our tax money. We own this land. We should be able to do what we want on it. And this is absurd to me right now that people are crying over this and that, blah, blah. I have 2 young daughters. Both of them help me grow my cannabis. They water my plants, and they know about it. Education starts before they even know what's going on. But I'm going to teach my children to learn and to be educated about the powers of the medicine and the benefits that it is. Because someday they're going to be sitting in your seats, and they're going to be making the decisions that I have taught them growing up. I don't want to see a world live without this plant. I'm an advocate. I'm an activist. I come to these things because your heads are messed up. And too many people give you false information. I don't need to give you that paperwork because I have it proven just this weekend about how I changed my grandmother's life. And I'm going to see her for another year because I'm going to keep treating her. And if that's a problem with anybody, you have a problem.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, please no clapping here. Daniel Bison. Is Daniel Bison here? Patrick Tufts.
Good evening, Madam Chair, committee members. Thank you for your time and your patience today. My name is Patrick Tufts. I live in Auburn, New Hampshire, and I'm here today as the chair of the Governor's Commission on Alcohol and Other Drugs. For those of you who don't know, the Governor's Commission was created in the year 2000, 38 years ago. in an advisory capacity to the governor and the general court regarding the delivery of effective and coordinated alcohol and drug abuse prevention, treatment, and recovery services throughout the state. The commission is made up of 28 total members who are content experts in their field. The Governor's Commission is opposed to House Bill 481. It is the Commission's position that legalizing a potentially addictive drug in the middle of an addiction crisis is imprudent and would have a negative impact on public health. Legalization and retail sales will lower the perception of harm, which could increase the likelihood of use, particularly among youth and adults, young adults. People with marijuana use disorders are already utilizing significant treatment program resources. Legalizing this potentially addictive drug will only increase the current strain on substance abuse treatment programs throughout our state. There's a lack of favorable or even neutral data and evidence on the harm benefit from states that have legalized on public health and safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Do you have anything that you would like to give to the committee? Okay. David Green. Please try to keep to 3 minutes.
I will.
Thank you.
My name is David Green. I'm an attorney. I was born and raised in Dover, New Hampshire. I attended the public school system of Dover, got my Bachelor of Science degree from Worcester Polytech, Juris Doctorate from Pierce Law up the road, now UNH Law. I'm a member of the Dover Democrats Executive Committee. I'm a member of the Tri-City Young Democrats, and I volunteer with the ACLU whenever I can. Last year, I was a delegate to the New Hampshire Democratic Convention and voted in favor of making marijuana legalization a plank of the party platform. The vote passed overwhelmingly viva voce, without, in my recollection, a single nay vote. The resolution passed at the New Hampshire Democratic Convention reads, quote, "We believe that marijuana should be legalized, taxed, and regulated," end quote. Delegates also resolved advocating the removal of marijuana from the federal list of Schedule I drugs, such as heroin and cocaine. Democrats, and I can tell you young ones in particular, are in favor of recreational legalization. However, this is not a partisan issue, certainly not with persons 21 to 40 years old. The ACLU frames this as a civil rights issue. Legalization and regulation unburden our public dollars and stops them from being spent on cannabis prohibition. With respect to earlier comments about heroin, let's remember it was a trademark of the Bayer Corporation. I do not see a nexus between legalization and increased use by minors. When I was in high school, it was easier to get a bag of weed than a six-pack. That's because weed is always illegal, but alcohol is legal and regulated. Drug dealers don't check IDs, liquor store employees do. I support this bill because if passed, stigma related to the use of cannabis lessens immediately and eventually disappears. I've known people that have used pharmaceutical THC, pills of Marinol, also known as dronabinol, for decades but are ashamed of it, keeping it secret for fear others will look at them as drug fiends and mistrust them in their professional capacity. So let's end prohibition. I urge the passage of HB 481. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Major John Incarnacchio.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is John Encarnacchio. I'm a major with the New Hampshire State Police, and I'm here to oppose this bill, as the New Hampshire State Police does in the Department of Safety. I'm going to be brief, because most of my comments have already been brought up by my peers, but a few key notes that I did make and things that I think are important. Certainly the impaired driving issue, not being able to have any type of breath test or any type of test, roadside test for our troopers and our law enforcement in the state when a contact is made with a potentially impaired driver hinders taking dangerous operators off the road. That is a major concern. You've heard testimony here that there is nothing in place right now. It is close, is what I'm told, but at this point in time, there's nothing. Increased addiction. Plain and simple, marijuana is an addictive drug. I've worked in law enforcement for 25 years. I've seen what addiction does to families, does to individuals. Marijuana is another addictive drug. You're going to make it more readily available. That's a concern of ours. Anybody who says that it's not going to be more readily available because it's legal, it's wrong. They're incorrect. The studies are out there. Look at alcohol. The percentage of students using alcohol right now is high. It's going to be just as high when there's another legal, dangerous product out there. I say dangerous, it might not be dangerous, as dangerous as alcohol. That's what the argument is. It's still a dangerous product. My question is, does it make New Hampshire better, or does it make New Hampshire worse? Does it put us in a better spot? Does it make us safer? From a public safety standpoint, the answer is no. Just to address a few of the other things that came up, as far as the dollar issue attached to the bill, I've heard the argument about, well, this could bring in money to a state that is underfunded. We have treatment that's underfunded. We have programs that are underfunded. We need resources here and there. This isn't a cash cow, and it's been proven in other states. It's simply not. I've heard a lot of different ideas of where the money can go. Money for addiction, money for treatment, money for regulation, money for research, for education, for training police officers. Those are a lot of different items there that we're going to fund with something that we're not positive is even going to give us a positive revenue. Look at the other states. What was originally thought was going to be a cash cow simply isn't. Bear with me, I'm skipping around so I don't repeat what's already been said. Medical marijuana has already been addressed. We've passed that. We have that. What I've heard here for testimony in regards to medical issues and how marijuana is helping people, I'm not going to dispute that. But the fact of the matter is we have a medical marijuana program in place right now. Decriminalization has also been passed. That's another issue that I've heard brought up. We've addressed that. The concern right now is that there are too many unanswered questions. Simply put, when you look around, there's conflicting reports, conflicting stories. For each story you hear that why it's so great, you hear another story on the other side that, well, no, it's not. This study says it's not. There's too many unanswered questions. Are we prepared to just go ahead, uneducated, not having all the answers, the correct answers, and make a decision like this? Again, ask yourself, does this make the quality of life for the majority of New Hampshire citizens better or worse? That's all I have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have a card here for Representative Glenn Aldrich. It doesn't say if he's for or against the bill.
He had to leave.
Brett Hatch. Brett Hatch.
Hi, thanks very much for hearing me. Thanks very much for all the work you must have done to get this thing put together. And as I sit here and listen to the kinds of tweaking that has been suggested, I imagine that you're going to have to go back to the drawing board and make some necessary changes. But I came here basically to support a bill that would legalize and commercialize cannabis in the state of New Hampshire, and I'm still very much in favor of that. I also am a card-carrying member of the ACLU, and I see it as that kind of an issue. Just a quick addendum to some of the things that were said. As far as the gateway issue is concerned. I see that a potential customer of cannabis who goes to the black market might run into somebody who says, hey, you want to try this? I got something nice. I mean, it's free. It's free. Just try it. You're really going to like it. And therein lies the gateway. If the same customer goes to a state-supported dispensary with an ID card that says, I'm an adult, then that person will not be tempted to try cocaine or anything else. That just, you'll get your cannabis, you'll say thank you very much, and go home and enjoy it. So that's one thing I would say. Also, just in relation to Mr. Connolly had talked about the way that convictions on cannabis issues can ruin a person's life. I've heard enough stories about that to believe that it's true. And I also want to point out that people aren't treated equally in this realm. Convictions have become a tool of racism throughout the country. It goes all the way back to William Randolph Hearst, whose story we heard earlier. And the part of the story that wasn't told that I have heard is that Pancho Villa raided his villa, and he was so mad at the Mexicans that he decided to start a campaign against, how can we really help hurt the Mexicans? Well, at the time, in the 1930s, the Mexicans and the African Americans were the people who were enjoying cannabis, and that's where we can get them. And the racism of the whole specter started there, and it is still with us. And I think that we would get rid of that if we could legalize marijuana. I understand that Abraham Lincoln said that any prohibition is an affront to democracy. I saw that on a t-shirt.
Thank you very much. Cheryl Morris. Is Cheryl Morris here? Charlie St. Clair. Charlie St. Clair.
Thank you very much. I'm Representative Charlie St. Clair, District 9, Belmont, Laconia. I'm here at the urging of several of my constituents to voice support for the passage of this bill. And my guess is if we were a referendum state, this bill would pass by a majority. I also want to speak as just quickly personal. I grew up around marijuana. I grew up in the 60s. It was everywhere then. And yes, I smoked marijuana, did through college. However, I'm unable to now because of my job handling pyrotechnics, so I have not for quite some time. And I guess I'm an example of proving that, number one, I never became addicted. Number two, it was not a gateway drug. So I have not seen, I grew up with all these stories, facts, figures, testimonies, movies, documentaries, and back as a teenager, I questioned them then. It just didn't make any sense. And I think today, many of our younger people have the same issue, questioning, is this true? Is this all this information? I don't know why people want to keep it illegal. I have my own theories on that. But the reality is, I think this would work just fine in New Hampshire as it has in other states. And the statistics are all over the place. All over the place. So you got a lot of work there, kids, and keep up the good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I believe the rest of the cards that we have indicate support for this bill. Is there anybody here who does not support the bill who would like to speak? Did you fill out a card? Good. Come on up to the...
My name is Benjamin Agati. I'm a Senior Assistant Attorney General at the New Hampshire Department of Justice, here to represent General McDonald.
Thank you. Before you go, maybe you can give us a card.
I'll be glad to do so right afterwards if you'd like, or if you want.
Sure.
Afterwards.
Thank you.
On behalf
behalf of the General, I apologize that he cannot be here today. I'm here to voice that the Department of Justice opposes House Bill 481. Without going through the reasons that New Hampshire Chiefs of Police, the Department of Safety, New Hampshire Academy of Family Physicians, David Mara of the New Hampshire Medical Society have put forward, the Department of Justice agrees with those reasons. In addition, the Department of Justice also continues to support the Governor's Commission on Alcohol and Drug Abuse, of which we are a member. And that multidisciplinary commission that has sat down and looked at this voted unanimously to oppose this particular bill. The only thing I'd like to point out is one thing that has not been discussed here today, and that is, speaking not only for the Department of Justice, but for all the civil servants who have to swear in and take an oath. We are sworn in to take an oath as mandated by the state of New Hampshire to uphold the laws and the Constitution of both the United States and the state of New Hampshire. If we're going to hold those oaths to be serious, the ones that are a requirement of us to represent the state, then we also have to recall that marijuana is still illegal federally as a Schedule I drug. House Bill 481, after reading through it, brings with it all of the federal complications that the other 10 states in the District of Columbia have been unable to overcome. So I'd ask the committee to please consider that when they're considering this bill, and the Department of Justice, again, is in opposition. I'll be happy to fill out a card for you.
Thank you. Representative Wendy Thomas.
Hi, I'm Representative Wendy Thomas from Merrimack, Hillsborough, District 21. What I want to tell you right up front is that I work at Prime ATC in Merrimack. It's a therapeutic cannabis dispensary, and I'm also a therapeutic patient there. I also write, I'm a writer, and I write educational articles about cannabis. The cannabis that we have today is not the cannabis that that you might have had in college. It's a lot stronger, as people have been saying. And so people need to learn how to use it. And so I write articles. And absolutely no one is suggesting that children use cannabis. No one. Absolutely no one is suggesting that pregnant women use cannabis. No one is suggesting that you smoke and drive. I mean, all of these things. It's what we need. We need to, first of all, legalize cannabis, but we need to have an educational program that teaches people how to use it responsibly, just like we do with alcohol. With regard to alcohol, in Colorado, when they were legalizing the cannabis, the two biggest lobbyists against legalizing cannabis were the alcohol industry and the big pharma industry. And that's because when you use cannabis on a regular basis, you decrease your alcohol consumption. And when you use cannabis on a regular basis, you decrease your prescription usage. As several people have pointed out earlier, in the United States, we're not allowed to study cannabis. But working in a dispensary, I can tell you things that I see. And I see patient after patient after patient coming off of opioids once they get onto the cannabis program. As a personal example, I was on a pain contract for 2 years. I was given 120 oxycodone tablets every month, just refill every month. I started in the cannabis program. I haven't taken one narcotic in the last 2 years because I don't need to. This doesn't mean I go around stoned all the time. You'll never see me stoned. I take microdoses, and that's what controls my symptoms. So people have said it's a gateway drug. It's more of an exit drug. It's definitely an exit drug from what I've seen. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Emily Galiva? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Emily Galova. Good afternoon. I'm a sophomore from Lebanon High School, and I am in favor of this bill, but I do believe you should be 25 in order to make the choice. I want to share my experience with you. I want you to think about these few points I talk about and use them to form your own opinion. I'm giving you my view as a student based on what myself and my friends see in our lives. Many adults here today have tried to tell you what I and other kids experience in school with cannabis, but you can't 100% accurately give information because you're not a kid and you're not in high school. I mean, I haven't seen you in the hallways or in any of my classes yet. So I know you're not experiencing it the way that I am. I can promise you, kids don't want to get hurt or addicted. No one does. No one wants to get in trouble. Legalizing cannabis will not encourage kids to use it. What encourages it is our society and the way we are educated about it. Many kids aren't educated or are poorly educated about cannabis. We're millennials. When we want to know something, we look it up online or ask a friend who usually has also looked it up online or has learned something from an unreliable source. And things on the internet aren't always accurate. If you want to protect us, you need to turn to the way we are being educated, not to try to unsuccessfully prevent it. I say unsuccessfully because I see cannabis around school all the time. So clearly, it being illegal isn't helping prevent it with young people in schools. Whether it's legal or not legal, kids can get it and will use it if they want to. Cannabis is easy to get, but not all kids like it. It's a choice. A choice I've been faced with many times. Compare it to something simple like school food. Think of cannabis as school lunch. It is easy to get a school lunch, but kids don't do it because they don't like it. That's a choice. Most kids don't like school lunch. Sometimes it looks good, other days it doesn't. Eating school lunch is a choice. Using cannabis is a choice. We are human, we make choices based off of information we are given, that's how opinions are formed. That's what we have been doing today. I'm sure certain things people have talked about today have made you change a certain point in your perspective. We make the choice to not eat school lunch because we know it's not good for us and food from home is better. Show us the better side. Cannabis doesn't ruin our lives. Being labeled as a criminal does. Please educate us. Help us make our choice for when the time comes. Don't make us criminals. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Samson Rasiopi.
I have a timer, so I promise I'll stay within my 3 minutes. My name is Samson Rasiopi. I grew up in Derry, New Hampshire. I live in Salisbury right now. I go to school at Suffolk University. I'm a combat arms veteran, and I've been using cannabis for over 20 years now. And let me tell you, I have not once had to seek out a child to get cannabis. And so I heard that earlier, and I just wanted to point that out because it just seems ridiculous. And honestly, if you're an adult and you can't find cannabis and you think you need to go talk to a child, that might be an indicator to the legislators that you might want to legalize cannabis and get adults access to what they seek. I live right on the New Hampshire-Massachusetts border. It drives me nuts. I love the laws in New Hampshire. I hope to someday come back here. But for right now, it's just the way it is. And every single day, thousands of cars drive by my house going into New Hampshire to save on sales tax. And right now, in Massachusetts, the tax rate is as high as 20% for cannabis sales. You have a competitive advantage. It is very difficult to open up a facility in Massachusetts. The regulatory burden is just too high. You need to have a lot of money, and it's just a huge process. I tell you, in the back of my mind, I've been considering opening a facility in Salisbury, just over the border, because I know that there will be a ton of traffic coming from New Hampshire to my facility. And I just want to say I'm a volunteer with the Massachusetts Cannabis Reform Coalition. I have no financial interest in this whatsoever. The only reason why I advocate on behalf of cannabis is because criminalization is immoral, and it is our duty to resist immoral laws. So hold on, let me do a little time check right here real quick. I still have a minute. So I want to just touch on two quick things. We've mentioned addiction quite a bit tonight. I've heard everything from marijuana is addictive, it is, what was the term? Potentially addictive, or it is not addictive. It can only be one of those things. I mean, I guess it can be potentially addictive, but that just means that the data is out, we don't really know. Google is your friend. Addiction has a very specific definition. It has to do with the physiological changes your body goes through when you are no longer using a substance. I urge you to go on Google and figure out what the definition of addiction is, and Google, is cannabis addictive? And the next time you have somebody standing up in front of you making the claim, once you know the definition of addiction and whether cannabis fits that addiction, you can better judge the quality of the testimony of the people who are standing before you when they make claims like cannabis is addictive. Real quick, the pod of today is not like the pod that y'all grew up with. And I like that, right? As a health-conscious person, if I'm smoking something that's 15% THC, that means that if I'm seeking THC, whatever it is I'm consuming has 85% of something that is not THC. If if you're a cancer patient and you're using cannabis medicinally, you want the best effects from the medicine with the least side effects possible. And that's why, we prefer high concentrated materials. So my time is up. I implore you to go on Google, be informed. We heard numerous studies about conflicting traffic information, but there's one called the NHTS, National Highway Transportation Safety Administration, and they have shown no statistical increase in collision claims after legalization. And so just please be educated, and thank you for hearing me out today.
Thank you for your testimony. Paul Roy. Paul Roy must have left. Matt Simon.
I'm going to have to hold this. Honorable Committee, for the record, Matt Simon. I live in Manchester. I work for the Marijuana Policy Project. We're a national nonprofit organization dedicated to ending marijuana prohibition and seeing that cannabis be regulated similarly to the way we treat alcohol for adult use. I'll be very brief. I know you're meeting tomorrow, and I'll certainly be here available to you then. I just want to very quickly, with the broadest of brushes, we've heard a lot today about harms of cannabis use. If I could characterize the objections, our opponents seem to ignore all harms associated with prohibition. The fact that drug dealers make millions of dollars in our state selling this substance seems to not be on their radar in their analysis. They also ignore all potential benefits of regulation. We've already heard some of that. Requiring an ID at the point of sale is an example of a regulation that we think is proactive and a good idea. Our opponents don't seem to even factor in those costs or benefits. We heard about a book called Tell Your Children. It's by a published author. As you've heard, that published author is actually a spy novelist, and he got all of his research embarrassingly wrong. For example, Ziva Cooper is a researcher at UCLA. She was on a committee member for the National Academy of Sciences Engineering and Medicine report that's cited by Berenson. She recently said, to say that we concluded cannabis causes schizophrenia, it's just wrong and it's meant to precipitate fear. People who have schizophrenia are also known to be very heavy tobacco smokers, but we don't say that tobacco causes schizophrenia. So I think it's very well established, and was until Berenson wrote this book, that the link with schizophrenia is a strong correlation, but not causal, and it's been studied to death. The second source we heard was something called the Centennial Institute. You might wonder what that is or where it is. It's actually at Colorado Christian University, and it's one of the most bizarre studies I've ever read in my life. Okay, so we've heard that it claims that tax revenue is exceeded by costs of legalization by something like $4.50 to $1. Read the study, please read it, because their methodology is remarkable. What they actually do is they add up all of the conceivable costs associated with cannabis use, not legalization, but use, as if nobody was actually even using cannabis prior to legalization. So the methodology of this study is actually just a joke, and we're hearing it taken seriously and repeated by organizations that are taken seriously in this state. I find that sad. The third source we heard was Rocky Mountain Haida, Chief Mara, or Drug Czar Mara, whatever he's called these days. As I've heard in other states, he read point by point from the executive
summary of Rocky Mountain Haida's document. Here's what you don't know about Rocky Mountain Haida. They're funded through the Office of National Drug Control Policy. That's the federal drug czar's office. Here's what I bet you don't know about the Office of National Drug Control Policy. They are required by law to oppose the legalization of any Schedule I substance. You've heard that cannabis is in Schedule I. It is in the law that authorizes them to exist that they have to oppose cannabis legalization. How do they do that? They publish these reports that cherry-pick data and present them to you in a deliberately misleading fashion. Why do the DUI statistics that you hear from state regulators in Colorado and Washington and other states not sound anything like what you hear from Rocky Mountain Haida? That's why. On the subject of opt-in versus opt-out that was raised by Chairman Abrami, our goal here is to reduce the illicit market to the greatest extent possible. For that reason, we've heard that municipalities try to opt out and that whole chunks of states don't have retail stores. That just perpetuates the illicit market. The idea of making it so that we want stores around the state, requiring towns to opt out, that was the reasoning. We want a retail market that is accessible so that the illicit market will be less desirable. If we don't like illicit drug dealers in the state, we should be doing everything we can to take their business away. For most of us advocating for this bill, it's not about tax revenue. It's about the fact that prohibition has been incentivizing illicit drug dealing in our state for many decades. Instead of trying to fight drug dealers using law enforcement and the criminal justice system, we can and should begin fighting against drug dealers using economics by legalizing cannabis and making it available to adults in regulated markets. I'm going to conclude there. I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jean Ruska. Jean, you're the last person, so if you could confine your testimony for 3 hours or less, would be appreciated.
I'll try and not keep you here for quite that long. Good evening at this point. I'm Jeannie Horeska. I'm the political director for the American Civil Liberties Union of New Hampshire, and we are here in strong support of this legislation. The ACLU has long opposed cannabis prohibition, recognizing its role in the failed war on drugs and our broken criminal justice system. Ending the failed war on cannabis and the resulting collateral consequences on vulnerable communities is a civil rights priority and a key component of criminal justice reform. And I just want to note, this legislature has shown a multi-year commitment to bipartisan criminal justice reform, bail reform, ending debtors' prison, reforming asset forfeiture. We see this in line with all of those same criminal justice reforms. The war on drugs, of which the war on cannabis is a part, was created in no small part to target communities of color. The racial disparities in incarceration rates nationally have been driven largely by the racial targeting of drug laws, including cannabis laws. The war on drugs has long claimed morality and protection of children as its goals, while turning a blind eye to the racial injustice it has promoted. And I want to emphasize that here in New Hampshire, we are not immune to racial disparities in our criminal justice system. Our incarceration rates demonstrate a racial disparity, as did the arrest rates prior to decriminalization. However, I want to note that we did a 91A request to the New Hampshire Judicial Branch and found out that thousands of charges were filed last year based specifically on marijuana or hash. So decriminalization was not a panacea. The laws that we have in post-decrim continue to ensnare people in the criminal justice system. And the fines that continue to be imposed post-decriminalization pose a hefty burden on vulnerable and low-income communities. Just to give you a little bit of context, there are a number of very dangerous situations that you can drive your car in. Road racing, driving on a public sidewalk, not giving way to emergency vehicles. Those 3 offenses will get you a ticket of $62. Your first marijuana offense under decrim is $124. So I don't know about you, but I think road racing is pretty dangerous and a big threat to public safety, and yet we find that lower than your first marijuana possession. And the last thing I want to note is there have been claims here about the concern over public health and the costs of legalization. I think what we would know is that prohibition has a cost. Prohibition has imposed an immense cost on communities of color who have unfairly taken the burden of prohibition laws. We're not immune to that. Racial justice, criminal justice reform, both of those are advanced through legalization. So for a committee that has demonstrated over and over again its commitment to criminal justice reform, we strongly urge you to support HB 481.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your patience, and thank you all for your testimony, and include this